Chapter 4052. A different target audience. Vase grinned as he watched on from above as the imaginary setting engulfed an increasing amount of mercenaries. Whether they got lost in the illusion or merely decided to play along because it was fun, the people who chose to attend his product reveal event seemingly forgot all about their real identities and embraced the roles of disgruntled colonists that had rebelled against their oppressors. The funny part about all of this was that the uprising on Eption 3 actually took place. It was one of the numerous failed cases that showed up in the news a few months ago. This was a scenario that happened once and could happen again. The events that were about to take place in this illusionary scenario would end differently, however. Just as the guests all thought they were winning as they shot down the guards in black, a quartet of bare, metallic mechs approached from a distance. The mechs did not fly quickly, but their appearance already sent a surge of fear and intimidation through the spines of all of the visitors. Each of them knew that their infantry weapons stood no chance of penetrating the armor of a mech. The differences in scale and power were simply too vast. Nonetheless, affected by the aggressive glow emanating from below, the attendees all became driven by an impulse to continue shooting. We have no way out. Even ants can fell an elephant. The four silvery mechs all split up and surrounded the large mob of rebels from all sides. None of them utilized their fluid projectors as of yet. Instead, they merely stood and allowed the fake laser beams to strike their armor with no concern. Suddenly, the mechs activated special lights that caused their forms to look more powerful and inviolable than before. At the same time, the mechs all expanded their identical glows at once, covering the entire main hall with a strong field that completely overpowered the existing glow that aroused everyone's aggression. As soon as the new glow imposed its presence on everyone, their aggression suddenly deflated as they abruptly became beset by an invisible field that forced them into complete calm. The transition was too quick. Nobody could think clearly about what had happened to them as the tranquility field was so strong that the unprepared guests did not think to fight against their current state of mind. Only the stronger and more experienced soldiers and warriors among the audience retained enough clarity to fight back against the current effect. It was only after half a minute had passed that the new mechs dialed down their glows so that the guests were able to regain all of their wits. The uprising that engulfed Eption 3 could not be suppressed. Vase resumed narrating. The colonists had inflicted too much damage and had completely given in to their anger and indignity. With the help of guards who were sympathetic to their cause, they forced a deadly confrontation that ultimately led to the deaths of over 90% of the settlement's population while also destroying every piece of valuable infrastructure needed to develop a colony. The surrounding projections shifted to show the aftermath of this struggle. Images of burned corpses, broken mechs and exploded structures surrounded all of the attendees. Think of how this rebellion would have ended if the pioneers included these four mechs in their arsenal. No matter how much the rioters spread themselves out and hide inside various structures, the glow of our new pacifier model can pass through every obstacle and sap the fury and the passion from the rebelling crowd. Without the heat of their own emotions egging them on, they do not have the heart to rebel any further. None of the guests were stupid. The glows they experienced in the scenario that they took part in was a powerful demonstration of how a small number of so-called pacifier mechs could quickly end an insurrection. It did so not through the use of noise. Fluid projectors are more lethal and dangerous options. No. The mechs instantly took the wind out of the sails of the would-be rebels by suppressing much of their thoughts and emotions. The pacifier model is a revolutionary new product co-developed by the Living Mech Corporation and Voikin Industries. It combines the deep expertise and an accumulation in non-lethal mechs of Professor Tigan Hermann Voikin with the glows and other unconventional features that I am known for to produce a fantastic offering that excels at subjugating unruly mobs. The devices of Akairo's Hall switched up the illusionary environment to depict an alien settlement. Thousands of sentient insects used their alien weapons to fight and resist the human invaders that sought to suppress them without killing them entirely. The job was a lot harder to accomplish with ordinary mechs, but as soon as the pacifiers descended from above, many of the aliens' resistance units found it difficult to fight as intensely as before. Our glows are effective against any living organism that can feel emotions. Vase explained. Conquering and subjugating alien settlements has become easier than ever. No matter the species, those who oppose you will always lower their resistance when affected by the pacifier's glow. Kairos Hall began to showcase more scenarios. They ranged from trying to break up a brawl between two opposing mercenary outfits to calming down a scared and panicked crowd of colonists that had been affected by a disaster. The pacifier mechs showcased their value in each of these cases by robbing the hysterical and emotional individuals of the fuel that pushed them forward. What impressed all of the guests the most was that not even mech pilots who were interfacing with mechs in the heat of battle were exempt from this effect. The Red Ocean is a dangerous and chaotic dwarf galaxy. Vase spoke as the illusionary environments faded away. Violence is prevalent in every zone. There are too many cases that show that soldiers tasked with guarding a site or protecting a population are unable to control a crisis with their existing functions. They are simply not equipped to adequately contain these incidents. They can only suppress violence by exerting greater violence. The 4 pacifier mechs that had previously showcased their abilities to the guests all activated their flight systems and lifted from the ground. The lights shining down from above caused them to look increasingly more impressive and impactful. From today onwards, this is no longer the case. Violence has met its ultimate nemesis. The tranquility that our pacifier model can impose on the perpetrators of violence is the most effective method to end their aggression. Not only that, but our pacifier model can respond to many other situations such as ending mass hysteria and controlling large amounts of captive individuals. Vase grinned as he saw how much his presentation had captivated his audience. The pacifier model is the ultimate tool to control a hostile and unruly population. Completing suppression and subjugation missions will be a breeze as long as you have at least a couple of pacifiers in your mech roster. For the generous and affordable price of just 1 MTA credit per unit, the Living Mech Corporation and Voikin Industries are ready to allow your outfits to be the first to possess this power in the Red Ocean. Order today and be the first to harness this exclusive advantage. As Vase ended the presentation, many of the guests enthusiastically discussed among themselves. They shared their thoughts on what they just experienced and discussed the merits of the new pacifier model. The copies of the new mech had not disappeared. They had taken up positions in the further corners of the main hall. Those who wanted to experience their surprisingly effective glows again could approach the new machines on their own accord. Soon enough, one mercenary leader after another recognized the opportunities presented by the pacifier model and approached the LMC's sales representatives that had made themselves available at this time. I wish to place an order for 3 pacifiers. Are there any spaceborne variants for this model? Is this mech designed for war? I am willing to order a batch of 50 pacifier mechs as long as you ship them to my company first. While only a small proportion of guests decided to place their orders after the event, Vase was happy with the results. The demand was enough to keep the Larkinson clan's new large-scale manufacturing complex busy for a few weeks and maybe longer. As Vase smiled at this encouraging sight, Calabast approached from behind and shared her own thoughts. I have to admit that using illusions to immerse your audience into different scenarios is a brilliant move. The use of glows to put them into the right mindsets is also a nice touch. These people need to feel what my product can do. Reading or hearing about its features is not enough. Vase told her, you can see the results for yourself. Soon, we'll be spreading hundreds of pacifier mechs throughout the Krakatoa Middle Zone. That is not an impressive sales figure compared to the total amount of sales of this region. It took great effort and quite a bit of funding to organize and promote this product reveal event. I don't need to hold any repeat events. Vase retorted, this is already enough. As long as hundreds of pacifiers begin to make their mark in the region, I don't think that others will miss the incredible value and potential of my work. Calabast turned towards her strategic partner. I don't think I need to remind you that you are making a dangerous move, Vase. You are marketing a mech designed for public law enforcement agencies to private mercenary companies. The latter does not have to abide by as many rules and are much less restricted in how they utilize their mechs and tools. They are also much less accountable to the public. I know what that means. I admit the pacifier is prone to abuse, but you can say that about any mech. It is not my place to judge how my customers make use of my products. What happened in the weeks and months that followed from this remarkable product reveal event aligned his expectations. As the LMC delivered their newly produced pacifier mechs to the first batch of customers that ordered the new product, numerous early adopters enthusiastically put them in the field whenever possible. For example, a strike took place at a lifeless mining planet. The disruption in operations was costing the mining company thousands of MTA credits in lost revenue and contract breaches. Though the mining company possessed enough mechs and troops to put down the striking mining personnel, the problem was that the disgruntled workers took all of the expensive mining equipment and mining vehicles hostage. There were numerous engineers among the crew that had disabled all of the safeguards on the gear and improvised different parts into defensive emplacements. For a long time, the workers thought they held the advantage. They were assured that the mining company did not want to go bankrupt by losing the expensive mining equipment that could not be replaced. However, much to their shock, the mining company ended up hiring a mercenary company to end the strike by force. This farce ends now. Hundreds of mechs flew in but did not employ any of their weapons. Though the miners resisted against the invasion by bringing their mining lasers and other improvised weapons to bear, the mercenary mechs were able to resist these attacks long enough to get close to the blocked entrance. As soon as the striking personnel thought that the mechs would barge through the defenses and destroy precious machines worth at least tens of thousands of MTA credits, the strange non-lethal mechs all began to expand their glows at once. The pacifiers made an immediate difference. Many strikers who fought because they thought they were being exploited and trapped in an increasing amount of debt that they could never repay all lost their anger and motivations all of a sudden. Why were they fighting? Why did they threaten to blow up their own workplaces? Why must they take a stand? Wasn't it better to clear their minds and embrace peace? Many of the miners manning the defenses started to drop their resistance as they were incapable of summoning any form of resistance at this time. In the end, the mercenaries easily managed to regain control of the mining complex without causing any serious collateral damage. Chapter 4053 Complementary Match. The momentum of the pacifier model was almost non-existent at first. The LMC only sporadically received orders for the new product after Vase held his groundbreaking presentation. Most of those customers turned out to be attendees who had waited and put more thought into their decisions before deciding to pull the trigger. There were also leaders who decided to buy a pacifier or two after hearing the praises of their subordinates who had experienced the product reveal event. The Larkinsons did not leave it at that and started a more extensive marketing campaign in order to generate more awareness in the mech community. Vase gave interviews. His clan set up numerous live demonstration events throughout Davut. The LMC even advertised on various news portals and mech portals. Though demand slowly ticked up due to these efforts, it looked as if the LMC was wasting hundreds of MTA credits on ineffectual advertising. However, Vase never lost faith in his product and finally got rewarded when the trend started to rise 3 to 4 months after the initial reveal. We just received an order for 75 pacifiers. A major mercenary organization ordered 500 pacifiers yesterday. The backlog of pacifiers is growing bigger. While we still have plenty of room to expand the production capacity of our manufacturing plant, our material suppliers can't keep up with the increasing amount of resources needed to produce our machines. One day after another, Vase received news indicating that the demand of the pacifier had grown by at least 10 times in a relatively short interval of time. What changed, Benny? A lot of stories about our pacifier mechs have spread throughout the local mech community. The mercenaries that bought our products have used them in numerous different missions by now. Their experiences with our new mech model are almost universally positive. Another reason why the demand had shot up was because the Voikins had achieved results as well around this time. Unlike Vase, who set his sights on the private sector that he was most familiar with, Professor Tigan Voikin exclusively approached public sector clients. While the Voikins did not manage to win over the authorities responsible for maintaining order in port systems and major colonies, they succeeded in making inroads with the leaders of smaller colonies and settlements. Unlike the law enforcement agencies of major colonies, the ones in charge of keeping the peace in smaller settlements often struggled to do their jobs. While there were less troublemakers at more rural towns and cities, a single rogue mech could easily cause a lot of devastation. The lack of funding and appropriate personnel made it difficult for settlements to receive adequate protection. Everything was expensive and pioneers who struggled to make a profit in the frontier simply couldn't afford the more expensive toys that were also more effective. The pacifier model neatly met their needs. While its technical configuration was rather basic, its price tag was low enough to fall within the budgets of many struggling settlements. As the Voikins started to deliver the pacifiers to their first clients, the users of the new machines discovered that just one of them was enough to make a qualitative difference in peacekeeping operations. A single pacifier could break up an escalating fight. A single pacifier could restore a hysterical crowd to sanity. A single pacifier could stop a rampaging exo-beast horde in its tracks. As the new law enforcement model began to exhibit more and more uses at different rural settlements, word of it soon spread out, thereby leading to an increased amount of interest from customers based in both the Megare Middle Zone and the Krakatoa Middle Zone. Sales had grown so quickly that the Larkinsons had to accelerate their efforts to expand their manufacturing plant's production capacity and forge new contracts with material suppliers. Though Vase expected a turnaround to take place, the trend continued to climb upwards without any slowdown even after the pacifier model finally became known to the greater mech community. Good news, boss, our pacifier model has gained the status of a bestseller. It has become one of the hottest new products in the category of peacekeeping mechs of this year. Better yet, the Davut Planetary Guard has finally taken note of our product and ordered 400 copies at once. What, really? The fact that the main law enforcement group of one of the busiest trading hubs of Krakatoa finally saw fit to buy his pacifier mechs was a major breakthrough. Not only did it mean that the pacifier finally gained credibility among the most important clients in the Middle Zone, but millions if not billions of residents and visitors would finally get exposed to his work. Each time the local planetary guard sent a pacifier mech out on patrol, a lot of people would see and possibly experience a measure of its glow in person. The authorities effectively advertised his work this way. Vase knew that sales for the pacifier model would definitely reach new records if that was the case. Can you tell me more about this major order? From what I have read, the Davut Planetary Guard originally wanted to purchase a larger batch of 2,000 pacifier mechs, but they lowered their order when they heard how long it took for us to deliver all of the machines. The client also got discouraged after learning that Voikin Industries has not yet published the right variants that perform better in specific situations. That's a shame, but it takes time for the Voikins to flesh out their new mech ecosystem. Despite this minor setback, the spread of pacifiers on the streets of Kotor City and other settlements on Davut 7 quickly raised the popularity of the mech model. Though it was far from the only product sold by the LMC, its incredible success and rapidly growing number of fans provided the Larkinson clan with a growing amount of cash and influence. It was the first but certainly not the last product that facilitated the explosive rise of the Larkinson clan. As Vase held another virtual meeting with Professor Tigan after the pacifier turned into a bestseller for both of their mech companies, their respective situations had drastically changed. Vase and the Larkinson clan had turned from upstarts into a part of Davuti's establishment. Meanwhile, the Voikin family that had settled in the Magyar Middle Zone not only achieved financial security, but also gained acceptance from the community. Both of them acknowledged that they couldn't have achieved so much success if they worked separately. The relations between the Larkinson clan and the Voikin family had warmed up considerably as a consequence. When Vase and Professor Tigan informed each other of the developments related to the pacifier model and the Lavoie system that became increasingly more fleshed out, the two reflected on the reasons for its popularity. We recognized a need in the Red Ocean and offered a product that fulfilled it better than any of the competition. Professor Tigan said, "It is not that our competition has been complacent all of this time. There are many products on the market that offer their own advantages. Your specialty may not be the strongest in the most objective sense, but it happens to be highly complementary to the role that law enforcement mechs are expected to fulfill." This was a clear example that showed that mech models with the highest specs were not necessarily the ones that customers needed the most. There was still room in the mech market for unconventional mech designers who offered alternative solutions to long-standing problems. It also helps that the pacifier model is one of the few law enforcement mechs that are popular among a wider customer base. It is not just the Planetary Guard organizations that have grown to appreciate the functions of our collaborative work. Professor Tigan's smile turned awkward. That is correct. I have to admit that I overlooked the appeal of our product from the private sector. While I can still foresee how useful the pacifier can be to professional security companies, it is notable how many mercenary outfits have learned to use our work in more offensive operations. The senior mech designer felt quite ambivalent about this development. On one hand, the man had grown up and designed his mechs with the belief that his products not only promoted law and order within human space, but also benefited humanity as a whole. Letting mercenaries and other miscellaneous take advantage of the pacifier's glow in other situations might still result in greater order, but it was not necessarily certain whether this development was a boon to human civilization. This was because tyrants, criminals and oppressors had discovered that it became a lot easier to bully their targets if they used the pacifiers to soften up the opposition. Vase wasn't necessarily happy with this development either, but that did not mean he wanted his mech company to restrict its sales. The pacifier had become the main cash cow of the Larkinson clan at this point. The model also expanded the brand awareness of Vase and the LMC by an explosive degree, thereby making it easier for them to sell their other commercial mech models that would have otherwise gone unnoticed. "You have a great gift, Vase." Tigan praised his business partner. "No, that is not entirely accurate. You have worked harder than many other journeymen your age to develop an entirely different dimension of mech strengthening. The progress you have made so far has already allowed you to impart your mech designs with brand new capabilities that other competitors cannot answer, at least for the time being. Vase loved to receive acknowledgement for his work. Though his contributions to the pacifier design was admittedly rather limited, he was still the key reason why the Voikin family was on the rise in the Red Ocean. Thank you for the compliments, Tigan. You are not that bad yourself. I think you just need to make a single major breakthrough for you to realize your design philosophy and elevate the rest of the Lavoie system to the next level by yourself. Professor Tigan sighed and shook his head. You are being too optimistic, Vase. I am cognizant of my strengths and limitations. I will need to revise my original plans and seek a more promising pathway to master if I wish to maintain my pride as a mech designer. He. Vase awkwardly rubbed his head. I do not blame you, my friend. I am thankful to you. Without your wake-up call, I would have settled for advancing to master through more modest means. Now that I am aware of the greater possibilities at our disposal, I have liberated my imagination and begun to explore ideas that I have never entertained before. Again, thank you for that, Vase. You have set me on the path of a better future for myself. You are welcome. Professor Tigan smiled. I am not accustomed to holding debts, so let me repay my debt to you right now. Have you or any of your men thought about exploiting the commercial value of some of your other glows? What do you mean by that, Professor? It is quite simple, my friend. Your background in combat mechs had caused you to focus too much on thinking on how you can leverage your existing selection of glows to mechs designed for battle and war. However, do you know that there is an enormous market for mechs that are not designed for combat? Do you know how many industrial mechs are sold in the Red Ocean per month? There is a huge untapped market for industrial mechs that can motivate and increase the loyalty of their mech pilots and the workers around them. I believe that there are many warehouse owners and factory operators that would embrace an industrial mech that incorporates the glow of your desolate soldier. Vase widened his eyes. Before Professor Tigan made this suggestion, Vase had always considered the Solemn Guardian to be one of his earlier and less impressive design spirits. Compared to the versatility of the Superior Mother or the lethality of Helena, the Solemn Guardian was nothing impressive in combat. Its duty-based glow may be useful on the battlefield, but the combat mechs that Vase envisioned with it did not sound exciting to him anymore. This was different, though. Professor Tigan's incredibly insightful tip opened an entirely new window of possibilities to Vase. He realized that there were plenty of situations where his glows could complement mechs designed for peaceful applications rather than combat applications. Chapter 4054. A different kind of profit. Why did you bring me to this warehouse, Miss Minator? Before you meet with your old friend, I want you to gain a deeper understanding of the progress he has made and the success he has achieved. When Tristan Wesseling initially arrived at Davut, he thought that the Friday Coalition's diplomatic mission would quickly urge him to arrange a meeting with Vase Larkinson. Perhaps the diplomats were indeed in the process of securing an appointment, but it appeared that meeting with someone as hot and important as the leader of the Larkinson clan could not be accomplished in a single day. Perla Minator had already formed an agreement with the warehouse director, so she was smoothly able to pass through the main entrance and security checkpoints together with her companion. This was not the first time that Tristan had entered a logistical center. He had come across many different ones during his previous assignments where he took part in the reconstruction of war-torn cities. He became instantly impressed by the facilities around him. There were many tall structures before him, but they only represented the tip of the iceberg, as the more valuable and delicate goods were all stored in one of the many underground layers. All sorts of tech made sure that each and every good passing through the warehouse was carefully tracked, monitored and protected. The sheer variety of items, each with different storage requirements and environmental tolerance characteristics, made operating an industrial warehouse and distribution center a lot more complicated these days. Tristan continually became impressed by all of the devices and bots that efficiently took care of all of the items. Perishable goods were stored and handled in ways that maximized their lifespans, while more durable goods were stored in their own optimal conditions to preserve their quality as much as possible. The differences between the operations of this warehouse and the ones he dealt with back in the Komodo Star sector were too big. The Red Ocean was truly a region that encapsulated some of the best of human civilization. However, Perla Minator did not bring Tristan here to look at modern warehousing solutions. She continued to lead him through the warehouse until they reached a site where the heavier and more cumbersome goods were being handled. Though it was possible to utilize heavy-duty lifter platforms and bots to move these items around, they consumed a lot of energy and also wore out pretty quickly with heavy use. Industrial mechs were still useful in many situations where bots were not reliable or flexible enough to do the job. The ones before Tristan looked similar to the many industrial mechs utilized by the Friday Coalition back home. Even if they were Heartland-level machines, the industrial mechs employed by the warehouse were not that special. They were designed to be as cheap, affordable, efficient and reliable as possible. Since they were not expected to take part in any fight, their construction was far from tough and robust from their combat mech siblings. Tristan dismissed the humanoid industrial mechs pretty quickly. The six-legged insectal ones were a bit more interesting. They were remarkably strong and stable despite their relatively light designs. It was only when one of the ant mechs passed fairly close to his location that he widened his eyes. The telltale sensation of a glow had briefly affected his mind before the ant mech scurried onwards. Is this the Hymenoptera mech sold by the LMC? Correct. Miss Manator nodded. When you read the briefing about the Larkinson Patriarch and his work, you must have moved past the descriptions of his less remarkable mech designs, correct? Tristan awkwardly smiled. Mech designers such as myself are mainly interested in the more pivotal and innovative works of each other. There are mech designs that push the boundaries of what is possible and have succeeded in breaking new ground. There are also mech designs that combine existing tech and solutions to produce new combinations that are commercially interesting but not that remarkable from an innovation standpoint. The Hymenoptera mech line indeed falls into the second category, but I am afraid that you have overlooked its disproportionate importance to Patriarch Vase and the Larkinson. Perla told him, though the profitability of this humble industrial mech model is not that high, especially since the Living Mech Corporation has completely outsourced its production, how many of them do you think are getting sold on a monthly basis? 10,000. Try 100,000. What? Miss Manator grinned. You heard that correctly. The Hymenoptera and its many variants are by far the highest-selling products of the Living Mech Corporation. The only reason why it isn't celebrated as a cash cow is because its product margin is extremely thin. The base model can be purchased for only 0.25 MTA credits, which is relatively expensive for an industrial mech but is not that profitable for the LMC due to the inflated prices of industrial materials as well as the cut demanded by third-party manufacturers. Tristan found that difficult to understand. I did not pay attention to this before, but I can understand why it is a good idea to pair an industrial mech with a glow that can make workers more motivated and diligent. In the brief time that ant mech strayed close to us, I felt a moderately greater need to do my duty to my state than before. Such a glow is a godsend to any workplace where people are prone to slacking off. I am not too familiar with the price levels of different mechs in the Red Ocean, but a mech as useful as this Hymenoptera should absolutely be worth more than 0.25 MTA credits. Why doesn't the LMC charge a greater premium for this product? The diplomatic attaché smirked and turned to the bewildered journeyman. That is because the Hymenoptera is focused on earning a different kind of profit. You see, monetary profit is not the only way a mech designer and mech company can get rich. By lowering the price of a useful range of products to the point where it is barely above breaking even, the Larkinsons are able to achieve a desirable result, which is spreading as many Hymenoptera mechs as possible throughout the Red Ocean. The LMC has adopted an aggressive pricing strategy that has succeeded in making the HIMS ubiquitous in an increasing number of colonies through the new frontier. The trend is still rising to this day. That was remarkable. The sales figures might sound astonishing at first, but the sheer amount of settlements and workplaces that emerged in the new frontier was also astonishing. Why? Tristan questioned. Why try so hard in selling so many mechs at a price that doesn't yield any meaningful profit? The Larkinson clan should be swimming in a lot more MTA credits right now if it raised the price of its Hymenoptera models by just 0.05 MTA credits per copy. Tristan would have raised his prices by a considerably larger margin if he was in Vess's shoes. A mech with a value proposition as high as the Hymenoptera could still be widely sold even if it was twice as expensive. You are still too naive, Mr. Wesseling. You have never operated an independent mech company. You also never had to rely on your own reputation and network to obtain any favors. You have studied and worked under Master Katzenberg for your entire career as a mech designer. Each time you issued a request to a government institution, you borrowed the clout of your backer. This is a convenience that may seem invisible to you, but is unthinkable for the Larkinsons. Though they maintain some relations with certain MTA factions, they have to fend for themselves for the most part. While Perla may be right that Tristan had never experienced the difficulties of operating an independent business without backing, his intelligence and his ability to infer clues were not weak. As soon as he received a couple of clues, Tristan was able to piece together the reason why the LMC deliberately underpriced its hymns. The Mech company is trying to turn itself into an indispensable component of colonial society. If so many different companies have grown accustomed to the strengths and features of this industrial mech line, then they cannot bear to go back to a state where the hymns are no longer available. Exactly, Miss Manader affirmed. The greatest profit earned by the Hymenoptera mech line is influence. This is only a single warehouse, but thousands of facilities like these have spread across the surface Davut 7 throughout the past few years. Each of them employ at least a handful of hymns each. There are many other settlements in Krakatoa that all have their own warehouses and factories, and each of them have become significantly more productive and less problematic as soon as they put the hymns in operation. All of those companies and all of the leaders and groups have benefited from the improvements brought by this industrial mech line. Each of them is grateful to the LMC, no, to Patriarch Vase. Tristan uttered with amazement. None of those customers want anything bad to befall him. He has turned himself into such a material benefit to so many people that he has become unassailable. It is quite amazing, is it not? The LMC has 4 major product categories. It is most known for its humanoid combat mechs. This is the mech company's greatest source of profit. It is also earning more attention for its beast mech models, though it still has a long way to go. The Larkinsons have also been dabbling in biomechs as of late, but their offerings are still too meager thus far. Compared to all of these product groups, it is the Pacifier mech line as well as the Hymenoptera mech line that truly form the foundation of the Larkinson clan in the Red Ocean. No one can get rid of Patriarch Vase because there are too many organizations that have a vested interest in his continued survival and success. Tristan concluded. Perla Manader looked sour. While we have never made any plans of this sort, our superiors have been arguing for years whether they should put effort into removing the source of our problems in a more direct fashion. You mean, assassination was the most direct way to remove a problematic individual? Though there was a lot of security in Davut, a large second-rate state that had just taken over an entire star sector was capable of bringing a huge amount of resources to bear on an assassination mission. Tristan had little doubt that if the Fredaman truly wanted to assassinate his old friend, they would have been able to do it one way or another. It was just a question of how much funding, manpower and resources they were willing to invest and how many negative repercussions they were willing to bear. Unfortunately for the Fredaman, Vase not only enjoyed MTA protection for a few critical years, but also raised his status to the point where he was being constantly watched by a variety of powerful parties. Those talks have fizzled out after the Pacifier mechs and Hymenoptera mechs have conquered the hearts of too many interest groups. Miss Manader stated without any surprise. There are certain coalition partners that have insisted on going through with this foolish errand, but cooler heads have prevailed. Your mission is one of the more gentler alternatives we have decided to pursue in order to solve our problem with the Hexers. Tristan twitched his lips. He tried his best not to smile. In the end, the principal reason why the victorious Friday Coalition was unable to get rid of the source of their biggest problem was because Vase designed and sold a lot of industrial mechs. These cheap and humble ant mechs had accomplished a feat that the Larkinson Patriarch's deadlier and more impressive Valkyrie mechs failed to achieve. The Hymenoptera design beat the Friday Coalition. Chapter 4055 Hymenoptera Mech Line. Tristan understood why Perla Manader specifically brought him on an excursion to an industrial warehouse. She wanted to introduce him to the living mechs that practically brought the Friday Coalition to its knees. The notion sounded absurd and Tristan had a hard time believing in it if he had read about this from afar. However, after coming face to face with the Hymenoptera mechs and learning how many of them had spread throughout the new frontier had opened up his perspective. Vase and his clan had come a long way since they left the Milky Way. A lot of pioneers struggled to adapt to the conditions of the Red Ocean, but the Larkinsons apparently thrived in the booming and chaotic environment. Their rise exceeded the expectations of the Friday Coalition, so much so that the state had been forced to shelve its plan to assassinate Vase. This was undoubtedly a major setback and source of frustration to the Fredaman. The mech designer that turned the Hexers into deadlier and more intractable opponents was allowed to continue his work and aid the Hexer diaspora into rising again in the Red Ocean. If not for the LMC's clever decision to branch out and compete in the market for both law enforcement mechs and industrial mechs, Vase would have been fair game to the Friday Coalition's secret operatives. Though Tristan was sure that someone as rich and prominent as his old friend would have invested a lot in his personal security, there was still a huge disparity between the power of a clan and a major second-rate state. Yet because of the massive amount of influence accrued through the sale of one of the lowest and most overlooked type of mechs, a state that had managed to grind down and overwhelm the hexadric hegemony in a massive sector-wide war had no choice but to compromise with an enemy. This reality contrasted sharply with how the Fredamen treated their archenemies. The former never compromised or made deals with the latter. Despite how strong and aggressive the Hexers were at the time, the valiant members of the Friday Coalition bravely stood their ground and managed to end the greatest source of bigotry and tyranny in the Komodo Star sector. Every Fredamen including Tristan gained pride in taking part in this great endeavor. Winning the Komodo War was an accomplishment that would certainly be celebrated by many generations of descendants to come. This was also why Tristan found the current situation to be absurd. Defeating the hexadric hegemony turned out to be costly but doable for his state, but getting rid of a single journeyman mech designer in the Red Ocean turned out to be a bridge too far. This strange situation forced a victorious state that had just proven itself in war to adopt a much more humble posture towards the Larkinsons. What was even funnier to Tristan was that the Fredamen diplomats still failed to attract the Larkinson patriarch's attention despite the humility that they had shown. It was as if the journeyman and his clan were too powerful to bother with the demands of an entire second-rate state. The power of a mech designer can be great, but this is ridiculous. Vase had exceeded the scope of a journeyman so long ago that his rank in the mech industry was completely misleading. The amount and power of his innovations as well as the value that they brought to his many products were so overwhelming that he should have been a master mech designer. Tristan did not understand how his old friend hadn't advanced to senior as of yet. Sure, he knew as well as any other journeyman how much work and effort it took to reach the next rank, but a mech designer with as many accomplishments as Vase should have made this far already. If not for the fact that Tristan had long given up participating in this race, he would have grown both jealous and envious at how much Vase took off these past few years. What will happen if we cannot strike any agreement with my old friend? Tristan asked as he and his guide were ready to exit the warehouse. We will resume the fight as best we can. Miss Minator shrugged. We will not give up our colonial holdings in this dwarf galaxy. If necessary, we will delay our reconstruction and consolidation efforts and funnel more resources into the Red Ocean to make certain that our colonies can hold their ground against the Hexers that have fled to the new frontier. Is it that important for our state to maintain a foothold in the Red Ocean? Tristan questioned. Yes, there are too many reasons to count. Access to phase water, forging new connections and giving our fellow Fredamen hope for future expansion are just a handful of the strategic advantages that we can gain. There are more that I cannot even say to you. All of our coalition partners are united in this cause. That was a serious remark. These days, the Friday coalition was not as tight as before. The absence of a major enemy in the Komodo Star sector had started to loosen the camaraderie between the different coalition partners. The Gage dynasty that had always been powerful from the beginning had become more aloof and aggressive. The members of the Gage dynasty suffered the least from the Komodo War, but demanded the greatest amount of territory. On the other hand, the Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group suffered badly due to the initial invasion of the Hex army. Many of its star systems were still far from returning to their prime. Given how much the Carnegies and the Vermeers had sacrificed to hold back the Hexer invasion, they should have earned more rewards. However, the balance of power had shifted away from them, which made it difficult to compete against the Gage dynasty and the Kansu clan. The two most powerful coalition partners even showed tendencies of mopping up the remaining ones that had all grown weak and vulnerable. Yet despite these growing internal tensions, the coalition partners had not forgotten about the threat from the Hexers, and the escalating situation in the Magare Middle Zone likely caused them to stay together for a while longer. Tristan gained a much greater cognition over the importance of this charm offensive. There was too much riding on his attempt to negotiate with Vase. If he was not able to conclude a sensible agreement with the Larkinson Patriarch, then a lot of Fredamen would suffer. Before he and his guide left the warehouse, he took one more look at the popular ant mechs lifting and carrying different crates and containers. The different variations and their physical differences told him that the Hymenoptera was a modular or at least a semi-modular design. The base model was designed to be a cheap but customizable platform. It was largely made out of mundane metals in order to reduce its reliance on scarcer and more expensive exotics as much as possible. There were more expensive variants available if clients wanted to obtain stronger and more resilient versions of the Hymenoptera, but for the most part its ordinary variants were already good enough to fulfill many different jobs. That inherent versatility and flexibility was due to its brilliant mechanical design. As Tristan observed their performance a bit closer, he could tell that the ant mechs were able to lift a surprising amount of weight. Their insectal construction enabled them to support their frame on 6 limbs, 4 limbs and 2 limbs, allowing them to choose when they needed to maximize their footing or carry the heaviest and strongest weights in their limbs. The Hymenoptera is largely designed by the power pair. Miss Minator informed him. From what we have learned, Vase Larkinson was only responsible for turning it into a living mech while his wife worked on the legs to make them more versatile and capable of holding different objects while also navigating difficult terrain. Power pair, that is how the Larkinsons and numerous other people refer to Janice Apelier and Tiffy Kozlone. Both journeymen have become prominent for designing LMC mechs that are physically strong and dangerous to fight against at closer ranges. I see. No wonder these ant mechs look so comfortable when carrying heavier containers. With the help of these advantages, the Hymenoptera found a place in many warehouses, factories, mines and other work sites throughout the Red Ocean. Its semi-modular nature and abundant number of variants allowed customers to configure them according to their needs. For example, a company operating on the surface of an untamed planet might opt to buy a more expensive variant that not only possessed better armor, but also possessed limited fighting capabilities. The ant mechs didn't need to be strong enough to fight against real combat mechs. It was already enough to make certain that they possessed enough teeth to fend off exobeast attacks. Another company might be in the business of making bioproducts. It could purchase a batch Hymenoptera mechs, but replace its forelimbs with variant components that were especially designed to handle organic materials. Then there were companies that operated outdoors in a mountain range or other complex environment. The Hymenoptera variants that they might wish to utilize would possess the ability to fly with the help of wing-like flight systems that could be installed and removed from their backs. The flying ant mechs were faster and more maneuverable than their flightless counterparts, but exerted a greater strain on their frames while also drastically increasing power consumption. Even so, giving these popular industrial mechs the ability to fly further increased their ubiquity throughout the Red Ocean. There were only a few situations in the dwarf galaxy where there was no place for the Hymenoptera. How powerful is the LMC exactly these days? Tristan asked when the pair finally exited the warehouse and stepped onto the streets. That is difficult to say. Perla Minator replied. The LMC's profitability is not too high, but their reach and influence has already exceeded many companies led by masters. The Mech company has published a few mech designs that have gone on to become major successes in the Red Ocean, but this trend will continue unless the competition can respond with an effective counter to living mechs. Tristan knew that this was always a possibility, but it was unlikely that one would exactly show up. If the Fredamen failed to develop a truly effective counter against glows and living mechs after leveraging the power of their entire state, it was likely that others would not be able to achieve anything better. What are the sectors and markets that the Larkinsons excel at? He asked. Their product catalog encompasses over 100 commercial mech models if we leave out the variants, but there are several broad categories where they manage to stand out. Aside from their dominance in the markets for both law enforcement mechs and industrial mechs, they have also been a rising force in training mechs. He had already read a bit about the LMC's innovative but controversial training mechs. While there were many conspiracy theories surrounding the Larkinson clan's iconic products for mech cadets, their potential value was undeniable. An increasing number of mech academies were unable to resist the demands from their mech cadets. Which aspiring mech pilot didn't want to train with a machine that could actively guide them and pull them into battle scenarios that were much more realistic than what the latest simulators could accomplish? Enough time had passed since the initial introduction of the LMC's commercial training mech models that a noticeable difference in grades and results had formed. Mech cadets that intensely trained with living training mechs graduated with noticeably stronger piloting foundations. Slowly but surely, the LMC is becoming a more integral contributor to humanity's development in the Red Ocean. Miss Minator said, the Larkinsons can cease developing combat mechs entirely and still become an indispensable group solely through the sale of their other mechs. They have also become a key source of strength, wealth, influence and prestige for Davut. This has enabled them to make a lot of friends in the local community. In other words, Davut had become their new homeland. Chapter 4056 First Star Mech Academy. The Pacifier Mech line and the Hymenoptera Mech line were the two most popular products sold by the LMC. Both of them had a lot in common. They were designed to be cheap but offered a high amount of value. They were functional and offered a lot of room for customization and variation. They were also useful while still leaving a lot of room for competing products that performed slightly different roles a lot better. The training mechs that the Larkinsons had developed were a lot more ambitious in comparison. When it came to humanoid mechs and tiger mechs, the products that the Larkinson clan towards the academic sector threatened to displace many competitors. Many major mech companies and many masters felt directly threatened by the innovative training mechs that the Larkinson clan had unleashed onto the market. The Chiron model was the original Larkinson training mech. It was already a few years old, and while the LMC's DESIG department had revisited the original design and upgraded it to a massive degree, its significance was still great. The next generations of Larkinson mech pilots had already stood out compared to the graduates of other mech academies for their superior performance. Whether it was their piloting skills, their reactions to unexpected situations, or their ability to form deeper connections with their mechs, the youngest soldiers of the Larkinson army already showed a lot of promise. However, the Chiron at the time was not as impressive and revolutionary as the War Squire mech line. The War Squire, or the Tutor project when it was still in development, was a mech design that was not only sold on the market, but also introduced many innovative features and capabilities that the Larkinsons had gone on to implement in their clan-exclusive mechs. The War Squire had already achieved a lot of success after only a couple of years after its release. This was quite remarkable, as the market for training mechs was just as static and concentrated at the top as the market for law enforcement mechs. The Curiosity model that came out after the release of the previous mech model looked and sounded like a joke at first. However, despite the ridicule it attracted, the training mech that just happened to look like an oversized cat had become incredibly popular in both the Larkinson clan and mech academies that placed a large emphasis on beast mechs. The War Squire and the Curiosity mech models did not look too special at first. While their technical designs looked adequate enough, their quality, performance, cost efficiency and optimization levels did not meet the strict standards of elite mech academies. The actual reasons why they stood out from the competition and became increasingly more desirable to mech cadets were twofold. First, the unique qualities of living mechs provided struggling mech cadets with constant friends and companions that often provided the right guidance at the right moment. This was because the training mechs constantly interfaced with the mech cadets, thereby granting them a deep understanding of the growing soldiers that aspired to pilot combat machines. Second, the two training mechs included a brilliant new feature that only a crazy mech designer like Vase Larkinson could come up with. This second feature elevated the War Squire and the Curiosity mech models from interesting products to groundbreaking works that could actually win awards. The journey to develop these amazing mechs was not easy, though. Vase struggled with completing the War Squire that introduced a major breakthrough in mech cadet training solutions. During the start of the fifth design round, Vase initially drafted the Tutor project and planned out its ambitious features while spending more time in researching the current state of training mechs at the time. He discovered that there was a big gap between second-class training mechs and first-class training mechs. Damn, no wonder those first-class mech pilots are able to display amazing skills. Their augmentations are indispensable, but their training environment is also impressive. First-class mech cadets received the attention of ICE that were so helpful and powerful that they needed the support of extremely powerful supercomputers in order to perform all of the necessary calculations. Not only that, their training mechs were more powerful and more versatile. The most expensive products were even capable of repairing themselves on the fly. They accomplished this precious and costly function by relying on nanotechnology or precious exotics with self-repair functions. The increased damage tolerance of first-class training mechs allowed mech cadets to take part in live practice sessions without holding back too much. The machines were much tougher than their second-class equivalents, allowing mech cadets to get accustomed to attacking with the intent to kill. What Vase sought to accomplish was not that different from what these overpriced first-class were already capable of. If he could implement a similar function to a second-class mech, then he could provide second-class mech cadets with a portion of the training environment of their batters. Where do I start, though? Vase did not exactly know where to begin. He needed to develop an extremely elaborate spiritual design in order for his Tutor project to live up to his expectations. He decided it was high time for him to tour the Larkinson clan's mech academies. After looking up what his clan's educational institutions were doing these days, he discovered without too much surprise that the Davut branch had founded a local mech academy on the surface of Davut 7. Interesting. The ambitiously named First Star Mech Academy was located in the outskirts of Kotor City. While the distance from the city center was considerable, the land outside of the more desirable districts of the capital city was much more affordable and available. Though Vase didn't recall ever giving his approval to this plan, one of his chief ministers had apparently approved of the creation of the Mech Academy and allocated a lot of money and resources to build a large campus from the beginning. While the academy was built to accommodate over 10,000 Mech cadets at a time, it was far too soon for the first Star Mech Academy to hold so many classes at once. When Vase arrived at the campus of the Mech Academy via shuttle, he noted how many of the training grounds were empty and unused. During his shuttle's approach, he only saw a couple of dozen Chiron mechs maneuvering through a giant obstacle course from above. Vase made his way to the expansive training field and approached a group of veterans and mech instructors that were keeping a close eye on the Chirons moving through the obstacle course. "Good day, clansmen, sir. Welcome to our humble Mech Academy." The head instructor greeted the patriarch. "Please do not mind the lack of activity. We built this academy with future-proofing in mind. Once our clan has grown bigger, our campus will become as busy as any other Mech Academy. We also have plans to accept external enrollment." Vase looked surprised. "You are actually opening the doors of the first Star Mech Academy to the public." "Why not? We may not have a long and storied heritage as trainers, but we have the skills and experience to do a good job. If we combine those strengths with training mechs that are better than anything else on the market, we can raise a large amount of skilled mech pilots that have already spent years piloting our mechs." The rationale for opening up the first Star Mech Academy was strong. The Larkinson clan had the space, funding and willingness to turn this landbound institution into another business. The point of running the academy and opening it up to outsiders was not to earn a lot of tuition fees. The real purpose for training so many mech cadets was to introduce them to living mechs at an early and impressionable stage. Once they graduated, not only would they request their employers to stock up on LMC mechs, but also spread positive word of mouth about the Larkinson clan. In short, the first Star Mech Academy was a potential way to allow the Larkinson clan to earn a lot of revenue and influence in the future. Of course, the academy first needed to convince mech cadets to enroll and attend its courses. This was easier said than done because neither the Larkinson clan nor the academy itself earned any renown in the educational sector as of yet. Which mech cadet would be willing to take a gamble on an unknown school that did not possess any track record or source of confidence that could make its programs more attractive? The only way that the first Star Mech Academy could snatch mech cadets away from other, more reputable educational institutions was to possess a clear superiority in a single aspect. "We have all heard that you are working on developing a new training mech, Patriarch." The head instructor spoke. "We will always be at your disposal if you have any inquiries or demands related to your upcoming training mech." "That is great to hear. Learning more about the circumstances of our only training mech is exactly why I have come. I haven't been paying too much attention to the Chiron model at this time, so I am curious to hear your feedback on my work. It has already been in service for a couple of years, so I am sure you have collected many stories." The mech instructors indeed had a lot to say about the main training mech of the Larkinson clan. The Chiron model is good on its onset, but it is most effective in the younger years of a mech cadet's training trajectory. It falls off in the later half of a mech cadet's years in a mech academy because it is too weak, too slow and not able to catch up any further to the performance of Kurentgen combat mechs. Vase nodded in understanding. "I can understand why you would say that. The Chiron is indeed targeted towards beginners. It should be excellent at teaching basic fundamentals and it should also provide a lot of dynamic guidance as the mech cadets grow older. However, you are correct that we did not adequately consider the needs for older trainees." He already planned to upgrade the Chiron model to keep up with the growing demands of his clansmen. He also intended to revisit and revitalize its spiritual features so that they became the best training machines in the Red Ocean. However, he first had to complete the development of the tutor project. "The Chiron's configuration is too balanced in my opinion," another instructor remarked. "It's the training mech version of the Bright Warrior, sir. That is best if we want our future mech pilots to graduate to piloting our Bright Warrior mechs, but they are not adequate enough to prepare them for piloting our more specialized machines. This is why we have procured training mechs that correspond to light mechs, heavy mechs and numerous specialized mech types." Vase smiled at them. "Don't worry, you won't have to rely too much on commercial training mechs to train our mech cadets in the future. We will develop many different variants of our commercial training mech models. In the past, we were too short on time and manpower to develop those variants, but this is a different time. We have enough lead and assistant mech designers to develop dozens of variations. It might take a bit of time to complete them all, but you will be able to rely much less on the products of other mech companies. That was good news to the mech instructors. They had all worked with the Chiron model as well as other training mech models and noticed a clear difference in results. Is there anything else you wish to say? Yes, the Chiron is a humanoid mech model. There is nothing wrong with that, but many of our mech cadets insist on piloting it so much that they do not have much of an incentive to pilot beast mechs. We should offer them a viable alternative if we wish to staff our own beast mech legion. Chapter 4057 Uncovering Talent. Vase continued to quiz the Larkinson mech instructors about the Chiron model and what their mech cadets sought from their training mechs. Each and every instructor was a veteran who possessed an abundant amount of experience. A few even participated in major wars, thereby accruing valuable practical knowledge that could help many of their pupils survive the battles of the future. One of the biggest challenges to transforming immature brats into qualified soldiers is to prepare them for the cruelty and unfairness that they will face when they step onto an actual battlefield. An aged female instructor explained, "Everyone dreams of becoming future heroes and champions, but for everyone that succeeds, hundreds or thousands of colleagues get struck down without any mercy." Another instructor concurred, "Every mech academy struggles with the same dilemma, sir. If we want our cadets to build up confidence and pursue greater and more ambitious jobs, we need to make sure that our training program does not pressure them too hard. The training scenarios and simulated battles that we craft for them need to be fair enough for them to stand a chance of winning as long as they display the level of skill that we expect of them. However, if we do this too much, then our cadets will develop a distorted impression of actual battles and be in for a rude shock once they fight their first actual battle when nothing goes their way. Will they break or will they adapt to the adversity?" Vase frowned. This indeed sounded like a flawed solution. Personally, he was of the opinion that it was better to prepare the mech cadets for the harsh life ahead. This way, they knew how much they could take in advance and prepare themselves accordingly. This was not the perfect solution though, as affirmed by the female veteran. The opposite approach isn't necessarily better either, Patriarch. You may think that ratcheting up the difficulty and intensity of our training programs will produce tougher and more mentally prepared mech cadets, but that is only valid to a certain degree. If we push our cadets harder, we will increase the proportion of producing elite mech pilots, but that will come at the cost of breaking a larger proportion of bottom performers. The latter will have become so discouraged at the prospect of entering into actual battle that they will often decide to pursue safer and less intensive careers. Instead of enlisting in a mech military, they will opt for jobs at safe and boring security companies. I see. Vase often looked down on mech pilots that spent over a decade of their lives training to become the future heroes of the battlefield, only for them to squander their opportunities for greatness by becoming the equivalent of a glorified security guard. Of course, Vase was being a bit too harsh and unfair towards these humble mech pilots. Guards played an essential role in society. There were many facilities and people that needed protection, and some mech pilots had to fulfill these essential jobs. Even the Larkinson clan needed mech pilots that could perform the same protection duty day in and day out without any complaint or insistence on doing more. It was not always the case that every job related to mechs needed to be fulfilled by skilled and hardened elites. One of the reasons why Vase supported the creation of the Mercenary Hall was to give his more ambitious and battle-hungry mech pilots the opportunity to utilize and develop their skills further. He knew their type well enough to know that they would easily get bored if they had nothing else to do in their time except participate in training sessions that got stale after a time. Just as different types of professional mech pilots needed different treatment, mech cadets also performed better or worse depending on their treatment. Mech academies usually try to specialize in teaching a limited range of mech cadets. An instructor explained, "The elite ones raise their recruitment standards in order to maximize the proportion of mech cadets that respond well to harsher training. The more accessible ones are not as picky and usually focus on training mech pilots without as much expectation that they will excel in battle." "What of our mech academies, then?" Vase curiously asked. The female instructor smiled. "We try to do both, sir. Currently, our clan hasn't produced enough new potentates to justify the creation of multiple mech academies that operate in parallel, so the ones we have now are basically mixed. Depending on the grades, the individual performance and the aspirations of each of our cadets, we assign them to different tracks." She raised a finger. "There is a command track that we have opened up for the handful of mech cadets that have shown talent and passion in ordering troops in battle." The instructor raised another finger. There's the elite track where we have concentrated the best performing mech cadets that have responded well enough to our harsher training courses. She raised a third finger. Then there is the normal track, which is exactly what you can imagine. Most of our cadets are on this track at the moment. We maintain its training intensity at a level that meets the requirements of our clan, but at the same time make it broad enough to accommodate all sorts of mech cadets. Vase nodded in understanding. I suppose there is considerable movement between the tracks, correct? Yes, that is the advantage of maintaining multiple training tracks, sir. Those that perform well in the normal track have the opportunity to be promoted to the elite track. Anyone that is currently within the elite track that finds that they cannot handle the pressure anymore can demote to the normal track. We try to assign our mech cadets to the right tracks as best as possible, so there is not as much movement between them as you think, but as these kids continue to grow and mature under our instruction, they will change in ways that might not make them suitable to their current tracks anymore. In the future, we plan to offer additional tracks. Another instructor mentioned, we will split the normal track and the elite track into ones that specifically focus on training ranged mech pilots, melee mech pilots, light skirmisher mech pilots, heavy artillery mech pilots, and so on. We can make this happen as soon as our enrollment numbers are high enough. This is also one of the reasons why we are so eager to attract external mech cadets. The instructors spoke a bit more about how they differentiated their training in their lesson programs. All of this sounds great, but I have a feeling that this approach isn't perfect either. What kind of problems are you facing? Vase asked. Although our approach sounds as if it is accommodating to everyone's needs, the fundamental issue with trying to place our mech cadets in different boxes is that it is harder to uncover their true talent and potential. We have seen cases where mech cadets end up in the normal track due to personal problems, but slowly prove that they are fully qualified for the elite track. If they had been put into the elite track from the beginning, they would have risen up to the challenge and be considerably further ahead. That indeed sounded like a wasted opportunity, but how could the mech instructors know how much the mech cadets could take? These were young kids who were undergoing a highly transitory phase in their lives. It was extremely difficult to pin them down from the moment they attended their first classes. Consider this other example, sir. Take a mech cadet that has shown a preference in rifleman mechs. We can assign courses to him that mainly develop his marksmanship skills, but he is only able to perform well enough to remain on the normal track. However, what if his talent in swordsmanship is much stronger? This strength may not be obvious if he only attends a few shallow swordsmanship courses, but if he truly tries to delve deeper into this mode of combat, his skill and progress fully meets the standard of the elite track. However, we cannot know this unless we force the mech cadet to invest a lot of time in training how to pilot a melee mech, which he initially wasn't passionate about. All of these scenarios sounded increasingly more complicated. Vase developed a greater understanding and sympathy for the mech instructors that sought to maximize the potential of every mech cadet. No teacher wanted their students to follow the wrong trajectory and end up squandering their opportunities for greatness. However, even the most elite and renowned mech academies struggled with finding the most perfect fit for their mech cadets. It was already good enough to establish matches with positive outcomes. Mech academies were already satisfied if a training program brought out 60% or 80% of the potential of a mech cadet. Was this the perfect approach? Definitely not. It was the most practical approach, though. Most mech academies had no choice of finding out what stuck for each mech cadet. As long as the pupil in question showed at least some positive results, that person's trajectory was set. It was too risky to spend time on digging further and trying to uncover the mech cadet's true talent. Vase wasn't satisfied with this reality, though. He was someone who did not easily give up in the face of difficult obstacles. As a mech designer and an engineer, he had been trained to assume that there were always solutions to different problems. He just needed to figure out if he had the tools to solve the current issue. As Vase gazed out towards the training field and observed the Chiron mechs navigating the elaborate and expensive obstacle course, he tried to understand how his living training mech facilitated the matching process. Has my Chiron mechs been helpful to your attempts to uncover and identify where your mech cadets should be placed? The instructors all smiled. They have offered a bit of assistance, yes. The Chirons all know the mech cadets the best, so there have been numerous cases where the living mechs have helped us figure out a better place for their assigned partners. However, much of this is dependent on the personal experiences and accumulation of the individual Chiron mechs. The mechs that are fresh off the factory do not start with as much knowledge and wisdom, so they do not always know any better. This situation will likely improve as our Chirons get older, but this is a lengthy process. The Chiron mechs did not completely start from scratch. They were all connected to the Golden Cat, a design spirit that had become exposed to the performance and skills of many great Larkinson mech pilots. Nonetheless, it was not that easy to transfer Goldie's growing reserve of knowledge and insights to the individual Chiron mechs. They were separate entities, so there would always be a barrier between the two. This was why the Chiron mechs still needed to grow by themselves in order to become better at their jobs. In addition to that, Goldie was not a design spirit that was specialized in training mech pilots. While she was growing in strength, intelligence and many other aspects, the truth was that Vase never created her with training in mind. If Vase wanted to develop a better and more effective training mech that could seriously displace the competition, he needed to pair his tutor project with a better and more specialized training-oriented design spirit. The design spirit also had to understand mech cadets on a deeper level in order to increase the chances of uncovering their true talents. As Vase continued to note down his thoughts and ideas, he decided he heard enough from the mech instructors. I would like to interview a few of your mech cadets in person. Is a young lady called Lainey Larkinson available? Chapter 4058. Almost graduated. Vase still remembered his encounters with Lainey Larkinson. Back when he was still a proud citizen of the Bright Republic, Lainey was one of the many growing kids that aspired to follow in the footsteps of the Larkinsons that did their duty and fought on behalf of the Mech Corps. Lainey was a lot smaller and cuter back then. She knew so little about real society that she was still a child in every sense of the word. It was a pity that a considerable amount of years had passed since then. Vase grew from a naive brighter into a vigilant leader of his independent clan over the course of many different crises and challenges. While Lainey did not personally fight and struggle through all of these events, she had become a part of a clan that was changing and growing stronger with each passing year. She transitioned from training to become a third-class mech pilot to becoming one of the top mech cadets in the elite track. Before the mech instructors called Lainey over, Vase stayed with them and observed her performance with her special Chiron mech. Vase still remembered that she was piloting the first production copy of the Chiron model. He named it the Sagittarius, and it went on to become her first exclusive training machine. Cadet Lainey did not disappoint everyone's expectations. The Sagittarius supercharged her training and allowed her to develop a deeper understanding and appreciation of living mechs in advance. However, what truly supercharged her progress was the special experiment that Vase had once conducted upon her. He didn't know what he was thinking at the time, but by using the Golden Cat as a channel to expose Lainey to the skills, insights and instincts of an expert candidate, her performance in her classes had shot up like a meteorite. The mech instructors did not shy away from lauding Lainey with praises. Even though her genetic aptitude had only reached B, her actual performance and pace of improvement could rival the heaven-blessed talents with A-grade genetic aptitudes. It is truly unreal how fast she has improved, the female instructor said in an admiring tone. In certain areas such as battle instincts and reaction speed, her performance far exceeds the level of a graduated mech pilot. As long as she remains diligent enough to keep grinding her fundamentals, she is on track to become the strongest graduate of our clan in this decade. Another instructor showed concern. We're actually afraid that she is progressing too fast for her own good. Don't get us wrong, Patriarch. We are happy to produce fantastic talent for our clan, but there are lessons that mech cadets cannot learn quickly no matter how talented they are. Becoming a good mech pilot is not only about the skills, but it is also about the mentality. If we want to make Cadet Lainey's future as bright as possible, then we must make sure that she grows step by step as a person as well as a soldier. Vase fully understood what they were talking about. Just because a mech pilot was overflowing with talent and spiritual potential did not mean that they were guaranteed to break through the extraordinary threshold. Only those with great will and conviction were able to surpass their previous limits. While Vase and the T Institute were working on solutions that could lower the difficulty of breaking through the extraordinary threshold, he still preferred it if mech pilots could step onto the path of godhood by relying on their own remarkable efforts. What type of mechs does Lainey excel at? Is she better at ranged combat or melee combat? Vase asked. That is rather complicated to explain, the female instructor said with a mixed expression. She initially chose to train and specialize in ranged combat. After her outburst of improvement, she has shown a remarkable talent in swordsmanship. She has taken to dual-wielding swords like fish to water and has rapidly exceeded all of our expectations. However, that does not mean that she has put her ranged combat skills aside. Currently, she is splitting time in training both her marksmanship and her swordsmanship. She has a great future as a hybrid mech pilot, a hero mech pilot or a multi-purpose mech pilot. Lainey could have opted to devote herself to a single specialty. Whether she stuck to her original passion or fully explored the new swordsmanship talent, Lainey could have been on track to become the next Venerable Stark or Venerable Aimon. However, from what it sounded like, Lainey might be preparing to become a pilot similar to Venerable Joshua instead. There was nothing wrong with that. Training in multiple combat approaches enabled Lainey to employ the right weapon in every situation, allowing her to fight effectively no matter her opponent. After Vase heard enough about how the mech instructors thought about Lainey, he was eager to meet with the young lady himself. The instructors soon suspended the training session, allowing every mech cadet to bring back their Chiron mechs and prepare for the next classes in their schedule. When a brown-haired woman in a piloting suit hopped out of the cockpit of the Sagittarius and floated down to the ground, she had already schooled her expression and straightened her posture. It was impossible for the cadets to miss the presence of the clan patriarch and his honor guards. Of course, as Larkinsons, they didn't act too stiff and formal around him. The culture of the Larkinson clan was a lot more casual about stuff like this, and that was exactly how Vase liked it. The clan was supposed to be one big family. "Good afternoon, sir." Lainey simply greeted. "Good afternoon. I'd like to have a talk with you. Let's head somewhere comfortable so that I can ask a few questions." They moved over to a nearby park bench where they began to ask how they were doing. "I am almost ready to graduate, sir," Lainey revealed to Vase. "I can choose to stay in the academy and follow additional courses to expand my competences. For example, the instructors think it is useful if I acquire a few command skills." "It's just, you're impatient, aren't you?" Vase knowingly asked. "I can feel the eagerness radiating from your body. You have trained diligently for all of these years, but now that your piloting skills have far exceeded the level of an ordinary graduate, you think you are ready to face real opponents, is that right?" Lainey eagerly nodded. Vase not only drew this conclusion based on the opinions of the mech instructors, but also used his own observation abilities on the mech cadet in question. Compared to many other mech cadets and mech pilots, Lainey Larkinson had grown into a promising and blooming talent. Her spiritual potential had grown and developed closer to that of Aimon Ingvar. She was like a star that was radiating with heat and aggression. She wanted to hop into a mech, get close to an enemy and whack them apart with whatever weapon she had on hand. Vase inwardly sighed. Though he was glad to see her develop her strength so quickly, the experiment had overridden her original inclinations. Aimon had contaminated Lainey's spirituality, causing her to develop spiritual attributes that did not match her original development. It was not that serious, though. Power was power. Vase was glad for any opportunity to add a strong mech pilot to his clan. Right now, his insights on how spiritual attributes affected the personality of the individual and vice versa gave him a good understanding on how to further Lainey's progression. "I think you are ready as well," Vase judged. "While I do not intend to take our fleet on any major expeditions in the next few years, I have granted permission to our mech legions to allow its mech pilots to fulfill mercenary contracts. I believe that will be the best stage for you to build up your actual combat experience and truly evolve as a mech pilot." Lainey grinned. "I can't wait, sir. If there is one regret, it is that I can't bring my Sagittarius to battle with me. It has been my teacher and battle partner for such a long time that I don't feel as good when I pilot the more advanced training mechs and combat mechs that I am training with these days. The Chiron is indeed a bit too basic for a mech cadet of your level. I intend to develop a training mech that addresses this shortcoming and can remain relevant to older cadets. Can you tell me more about your experiences with your Sagittarius?" "Sure." The young lady eagerly answered his questions and shared her thoughts on the Chiron model. Vase had already heard or figured out much of what she said, but he still appreciated the opportunity to confirm and corroborate his own ideas. One of the most remarkable advantages of the Chiron model was how Goldie added value to it by granting mech cadets a small glimpse of what was possible. The Chiron also developed substantially different personalities based on their interactions with their first mech pilots. Just like any other living mechs, their characters were incredibly malleable at the beginning. As they grew older and matured over time, their personalities would become fixed and it was difficult for subsequent mech pilots to influence the living mechs any further. Vase was already familiar with this dynamic after getting exasperated by the Quint distorted personality. That reminded him that he should look into providing additional welfare and distractions for his living mechs. "Right now, we do not have the possibility of allowing a mech cadet like yourself to take your training mech to the battlefield. Vase explained. Even if we have the technical ability to transform your Sagittarius into a full-blown combat mech, it would not be the best allocation of resources. Our clan has a lot of excellent combat mech models that are much more suited to support their pilots on the battlefield. Your Sagittarius on the other hand can continue to make great contributions to our clan by raising other mech cadets. I get that, sir. I don't like it, but I know it is for the best. I will miss the Sagittarius, though. I have been piloting it more than I have to because this will likely be the last year that I can pilot my first true mech partner. I am sure your Sagittarius will be happy with helping another promising mech cadet. Vase reassured her. What about you? Have you chosen your mech legion already? Not yet, but I have already formed my short list. Right now, the Avatars of Myth sounds like the best match for me, but I have also been looking into the Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters. Both of them have their strengths. Vase shook his head. You may be right, but they have strict demands for their mech pilots. You are not wrong in stating that the Avatars of Myth is the best match for you. It is open to all sorts of ideologies and piloting approaches, and it is the only mech legion where you can fully exercise your broad skill set without bumping into any restrictive rules. Though Vase wished to place Lainey in the Avatars, it was ultimately up to her to decide her future. Do you have a specific mech in mind that you wish to pilot at first? I don't know yet. I hear that you are about to develop a lot of new mechs in the coming years. For now, I think I will stick to medium mechs. I will probably start off with piloting the Bright Warrior, but I will probably move on to the more advanced mech models in time. There just isn't one that is completely suitable for me yet. When will you design a hero mech for the Larkinson army? Not soon, Vase answered. It is not in my plans at the moment, but I will make sure to consider this matter further. If there are enough mech pilots who have trained in both marksmanship and swordsmanship, then I will design a powerful hero mech for elites. Is that what you wanted to hear? A hero mech like that sounds great. Chapter 4059 MSTS. Vase gained a lot of new insights and information after concluding his visit to the First Star Mech Academy. He was hopeful for the future of the recently founded institution. Even though most of its facilities weren't being used at this time, the academy that would come under the administration of the Davut branch would definitely turn into a renowned school once it adopted the right set of training mechs. The Tutor Project was the breakthrough that the First Star Mech Academy and many other mech academies needed. If any other mech instructor learned about this ambition, then they would have thought that Vase had gone crazy. As Vase researched the academic sector and learned more about how other mech academies prepared their pupils for combat, he discovered that training mechs did not carry as much weight. The modern teaching methods of mech academies placed a higher emphasis on the curriculum and the selection of mech instructors. The latter was especially important. Veterans who not only experienced a lot of battles but also possessed a lot of didactic skills were rare and precious talents that every mech academy fought for. A good teacher could increase the survival rate of graduates by as much as 4 times. Fortunately, the Larkinson clan was not short of veterans. A few of them were even good enough with people that they could stand in front of the classroom and pass on their wisdom to a bunch of brats. However, an effective teaching operation relied on far more than good teaching. The amount of facilities and the quality and capability of the equipment also played a huge role in readying mech cadets for their future jobs. Surprisingly enough, simulator training gear was just as important as training mechs in improving the combat skills of mech cadets. Training mechs allowed mech pilots to gain highly realistic piloting experiences, but it was simulator training that allowed them to exercise all of their skills and take part in much more varied battle scenarios. A mech academy that employed the best available simulator pods and supporting infrastructure tended to raise mech pilots with considerably deeper piloting foundations. However, if that same school did not invest as much in its training mechs, then the actual performance of its graduates would be far from what they achieved in training. Fear, nervousness and other signs of inadequate preparation severely affected combat effectiveness. Their adaptation to real battles would be so bad that they could be defeated by much worse mech pilots. The opposite was also true. A mech academy that invested greatly in training mechs but did not invest in good simulating training systems that offered a high degree of realism often fell behind in terms of skill development. The mech cadets that trained with cheaper and less adequate simulator pods did not get to train the more advanced skills or practice with piloting stronger and more advanced virtual mech models. The more complicated the virtual mechs or virtual battle scenarios, the more data and processing power needed to provide mech cadets with useful training. Although the differences between decent simulator pods and good simulator pods were not that great, the latter were considered essential to the more elite and exclusive mech academies. All of these factors and more determine the quality of education at a mech academy. Vase focused specifically on both the simulator pods and the training mechs employed by these schools. Everyone assumes that there is a separation between the two. Vase murmured, "There is no way for simulator pods to fully reproduce the experience of piloting a real mech and using it to fight a real battle. At the same time, a mech academy can never put its training mechs onto actual battlefields and expect the mech cadets to fight for their lives." This was why both products were necessary for any mech pilot training program. It became increasingly clear how Vase could change this equation. He already developed an ambition to merge the advantages of both solutions through developing a brand new spiritual solution. He had already theorized some time ago that if he was able to impart a spiritual simulating program of a sort to his training mech, his products would be able to immerse their mech pilots into extremely realistic spiritual combat simulations. The advantages of relying on spiritual technology over virtual technology were myriad. It was much easier to completely immerse mech cadets and mech pilots into imaginary battles that they could mistake as reality. Vase also theorized that spiritual simulations would play a much more useful role in stimulating the spiritual development of mech cadets. Just like dropping mech pilots into actual battles, Vase hoped that the younger and more immature mech cadets could get a much better taste of their future challenges. Compared to simulator pods that weren't really alive, Vase had much greater confidence in the ability of his living mechs to interface and connect with the minds and spirits of their mech pilots. He just knew that as long as he succeeded, he could upend the entire market for training mechs. It's getting there that's the problem. He needed to think carefully about what he needed to accomplish and the resources he could employ for this endeavor. Compared to last time, his situation was a bit better. He not only spent a bit of time on thinking on how he could realize the key solutions, but also gained access to additional resources that did not exist in the past. His eyes slowly lit up as his confidence stoked his passion. "I can do it, I just need to flesh out my ideas." This was the start of an engaging mech design project. The tutor project quickly turned into one of his favorites as he became invested in its purpose and its groundbreaking functions. As much as he wanted to hurry up and work on its spiritual design right away, Vase knew he needed to develop a good base before he could proceed any further. "Gloriana, Sarah, I need your help with the physical design of the tutor project. Can you lend me a bit of your time to design and optimize its frame?" Vase knew his limits. Considering that Vase aimed to turn his tutor project into a popular commercial product, he knew that he could not rely on himself to turn it into an attractive choice. His wife and Sarah Voikin were excellent contributors to the design. The former primarily invested her efforts into designing an even better internal architecture than the Chiron. A lot of time had passed since she designed the Chiron together with Vase. She not only accrued more experience and improved her mech affinity, but also developed a lot of new design solutions, of which some of them happened to be extremely relevant to a mass-market product. Sarah Voikin on the other hand mainly worked on the exterior of the design. While she was constrained by the specific look and theme that Vase had dictated, she still had plenty of ways to implement her own ideas. Months passed as the three worked on the tutor project as well as the other design projects of the fifth design round. While their split attention prevented them from progressing the tutor project as quickly as possible, the passage of time allowed them to put plenty of thought on how they wanted to resolve all of the challenges. The tutor project slowly took shape. Unlike his collaboration with Professor Tigan Voikin, Vase retained complete creative control over his training mech design. He did not restrain his desire to express his art. As soon as Sarah completed the first iteration of the tutor project's adaptable and semi-modular armor system, Vase proceeded to mold and shape the exterior to fit a specific theme. Vase visualized the tutor project as a knightly squire. Unlike the blessed squire that was basically designed to be a lackey for the superior female mechs of the Hex army, the tutor project was designed with the full expectation of turning its pilots into worthy soldiers. One of the more interesting aspects about the tutor project was that it inherited the morphability of the Chiron project and pushed it a step further. Not only was it capable of extending and retracting the length of its limbs and its torso to a greater degree, it could also swap out its armor plating and its limbs with heavier or lighter versions. Inspired by Professor Tigan Voikin's intention to turn the pacifier project into a multivariate mech design that offered a lot of different variations, Vase adopted the same approach for a mech design project that he was confident he could turn into a major commercial success. Of course, Vase wasn't in a hurry to expand the scope of this design project. He first wanted to complete a base model before he could think about developing alternative parts and additional variants. For now, Vase wanted to make the tutor project look good no matter how much it changed its proportions. The overall result of his efforts was designing a training mech that looked like it fit a lot better on the battlefield than other training mechs. There was nothing soft or safe about its external appearance. Vase had adopted the meaning of war as the central motif and theme of his training mech. His decision encapsulated his hope and ambition that his new training mech would become the best possible training tool for mech cadets. Once the mech cadets get a chance of piloting this product, they will never want to go back to piloting the training mechs designed by the competition. Vase also knew that as long as the tutor project turned into a success, he would have to revisit the Chiron design and update it so that it provided even more effective training solutions. After all, the tutor project was merely a commercial mech model that was meant to generate revenue for the Larkinson clan. The Chiron, on the other hand, would always be the premier training mech exclusively available to his clansmen. Vase already had an idea to give his Chiron model a decisive advantage over the tutor project, but that could wait until later. First, I need to transform my current training mech from a decent product to a great product. Now that Vase and his fellow journeymen pretty much completed the physical design of the tutor project, he was ready to tackle the more complicated and crucial spiritual design elements. He had spent months theorizing and researching his options for this task. After considering numerous different alternatives, he settled upon an approach that he felt confident about. Vase called it the mental simulation training system. This was his name for the theoretical model of the tutor project's defining training feature. He initially wanted to use the word spiritual or metaphysical to describe the revolutionary new simulation training system, but Vase eventually settled for a more innocuous choice in order to generate less doubts and confusion. Aside from being an elaborate attempt to pull both the mech pilot as well as the living mech into a spiritual combat simulation environment, the MSTS also aimed to stimulate their potential and spiritual development as effectively as possible. According to his plans, the MSTS was supposed to accomplish this by exploiting the advantages of three different design spirits. The Quint is the expert on mech pilots. There is no design spirit in my collection that understands mech pilots and piloting skills better than this masterwork mech. This was not enough, though. The Quint might understand mech pilots, but it did not possess a sufficient understanding of mechs to simulate their performance in spiritual battle scenarios. Vulcan is the perfect complement to the Quint. Vase grinned. My incarnation not only has access to everything I know about mechs, but also receives the spiritual feedback of a growing number of craftsmen and mech designers. He is by far the design spirit that is most adept in technology. After all, Vase created Vulcan to be the supposed god of dwarfs, mechs and craftsmanship. It would be a joke if his spiritual self was incapable of simulating the performance of different mechs. Though Vase already thought that using a combination of Quint and Vulcan was sufficient to design his ambitious mental simulation training system, he suddenly realized that it was missing a major element. One of the most persistent complaints of conventional simulation systems is that mech pilots are unable to get too invested in the virtual battles. They all know that the scenarios are fake and that their experiences will never threaten their lives. Due to this, it is extremely difficult to raise their mental resilience and their preparedness for actual battles. What if this was no longer the case? What if the tutor project could simulate the experience of fighting life and death battles to a much more realistic degree? The mech cadets and mech pilots that would get pulled into these spiritual simulations would definitely get exposed to an unprecedented level of stimulation. The chances of individuals activating their spiritual potential outside of the battlefield were much greater as a result. Only the most hellish training programs that often produced casualties and crippled mech pilots could produce similar results. Vase grinned wider as he thought of the right design spirit to add a bit of extra oomph to his mental simulation training system. Only Helena can induce the threat of death in the hearts of people. He suddenly felt a finger poking against his back. He turned around to discover that a floating lady in gray had appeared behind his back. The lovely glowing flower in her hair made her look adorable, but looks were deceiving. The cute black flower had already reaped the lives of millions of people. Chapter 4060 Spiritual Software Program. So let me get this straight. You want to create a training mech that can pull in itself and its mech pilot into an illusionary world that can reproduce any mech battle to a degree that goes beyond the most advanced virtual simulations. All this without adding any expensive gizmos to the training mech in question. Is that correct? Yes. Helena's floating and semi-intangible form did not look amused. While I do not understand technology as much as you, I've learned quite a bit since I was born. I am pretty sure that an endeavor like this requires a huge amount of processing power, something which even the biggest and most advanced supercomputers struggle to provide. I don't think a single mech or mech design can handle the incredibly load needed to simulate a battle at an ultra-realistic level. She hit the nail right on the head. Vase was surprised that she possessed enough depth and understanding of modern technology to identify the greatest challenge of the mental simulation training system. Nothing came for free. It was all well and good for Vase to develop the ambition to create a combat simulation program that rivaled and possibly exceeded the performance of the best virtual simulation programs, but all of that required the support of hardware that was just as powerful. This was a major obstacle. Vase might have recently invested tens of millions of MTA merits on first-class processing banks, but they were completely inadequate to support the operation of the MSTS. While they might be powerful enough to run a dozen or even a couple of hundred realistic battle scenarios, what about 1,000? What about 1,000,000? The more the completed tutor project got sold, the more training mechs demanded the use of the MSTS. No matter how the LMC marketed the tutor project, it was extremely doubtful that it could generate enough profit to keep up with the growing demand on processing power. However, Vase showed no concern about this problem at all. This was because he already had a possible solution in place. The MSTS is not a digital system. It is not appropriate to rely on electronic hardware to run its operations. Since my revolutionary new training system is based in spiritual engineering, it should operate from a spiritual server. A spiritual server. Exactly, a spiritual server. Vase grinned. It just so happens that the most powerful spiritual constructs that I have access to are spiritual entities like you and one of your mothers. As native spiritual entities, I have noticed that your kind are able to think in parallel with few if any limitations. The stronger you become, the more you can split your concentration and pay attention to many things at once. If you think about it, it is amazing that you can absorb and process so much input at once. Helena smugly smirked while lifting up her chin in pride. Hee hee. That's because we're gods. You puny mortals cannot understand how great we are. We are unbound by mortal constraints. While you humans need to build expensive and difficult supercomputers to do anything complicated, we merely have to rely on our own inherent power to perform these tasks without effort. This was good news to Vase. Though he was unable to judge how much of Helena's boasting was accurate, he already possessed another source of information that provided him with similar answers. Since Helena was meant to play an important role in this innovation, he began to explain the basic setup of his ambitious MSTS to his sister. He waved his hand and activated a new projection. The image displayed the current iteration of the tutor project. It already looked pretty complete at this advanced stage. The starting point of the training mech. Let us imagine that this is a real mech that a mech academy has just put into service. Now imagine that a typical mech cadet is allowed to enter its cockpit and interface with the machine. A simulated mech pilot appeared in view and did just that. The tutor project came online and adjusted the length and proportions of its limbs and torso in order to better accommodate the young potentate. As a training mech, its primary function is to provide its young pilot with real piloting experience, so it will do just that. This is a function that all training mechs share, so my tutor project does not need to resort to anything fancy when functioning like a mech in reality. The tutor project performed the same as a Chiron mech in regard. Compared to competing training mechs, the products of Vase had the advantage of being alive and possessing a glow that both enhanced their piloting and training characteristics. However, this was not the extent of the tutor project's functionality. Vase waved his hand again, causing the projected scenario to change. The tutor project no longer moved and sparred against other training mechs but returned to a safe berth before its third eye started glowing in blue. When a mech cadet in his tutor project maintains an active connection with the server that hosts the MSTS, its third eye will glow like this. I will program settings that allow the buyers and owners to restrict access to this function or set a time limit on it, but you don't need to hear that. All you need to know is that the mech will make a connection with Vulcan, because I intend for him to act as the server. Helena raised her eyebrows. Vulcan, you mean your other self? Really? Can your godly alter ego even handle the load? I am pretty sure he can. Vulcan possesses the deepest and most extensive understanding of mechs, technology and the natural laws that govern reality out of all of my design spirits. He can simulate the performance of mechs with much greater accuracy and much less effort because of his constantly growing database of technological accumulation. It is best at simulating the performance of my own products for obvious reasons, but as long as Vulcan and I continue to get exposed to more mechs designed by others, my mental simulation training systems database will constantly be updated with fresh new models. Though Helena had fought against the dark gods and slain many fanatics who fought under the banner of the Abyss Empire, she looked completely amazed at the moment. What Vase had just unveiled went far beyond her understanding of spiritual engineering or spiritual sorcery. She greatly doubted whether Vulcan was even capable of hosting and running this so-called MSTS. Even as a fellow god, she did not think that her other brother could run thousands or even millions of simulations at a time. It's not as onerous as you think, Vase clarified to his sister. The MSTS is not a free program per se. Each and every mech cadet that interfaces with the tutor project mechs will automatically supply their spiritual feedback to Vulcan, whether they connect to the MSTS or not. I hope that this automatic interaction will be enough to cover for the energy needs of this spiritual program. What if there is a deficit? Helena critically asked. If demand exceeds supply, then I will just have to impose a limit on the further. I can set a time limit on how many minutes each tutor project is able to make use of the MSTS. I can also tie its use to how long the training mech is utilized in ordinary training sessions. I believe that even if the tutor project can only access the MSTS once a week, it will still be a desirable product. After all, with all of the realism and advantages of his planned spiritual training systems, Vase did not doubt that its performance exceeded that of other simulation systems. Not even the most cutting-edge simulators available to first-raters could replicate the more remarkable features of his own invention. Okay, Helena said as she playfully fiddled with her death lotus. The living spiritual construct turned from a flower into a pistol and back again under her manipulation. I can accept that Vulcan may be capable enough to act as the server. What then? All of the simulation programs that I'm familiar with are built up over many years. It's really difficult to simulate reality to the point where mechs can fight against each other or other kinds of opponents such as warships and exo-beasts. Do you have the programmers and other personnel that can create such an extensive combat training simulation program? Vase shook his head. Nope. While I can hire the right professionals or better yet acquire a software company that already engages in this business, it is not necessary in my opinion. I can probably program it myself, but with my current level of productivity, it will probably take a decade for me to complete a fully functional spiritual simulation program. Fortunately, there is a better option available. Vulcan himself is capable of completing the MSTS by himself. In fact, he has already started with constructing its foundation ever since I came up with the basic concept. It won't take too much time before he has completed its basic framework that is ready for testing. Helena turned her death lotus back into its decorative flower form before pinning it onto her dress like a brooch. It sounds to me that you have everything well in hand. She spoke. Where do I exactly fit in? You mentioned earlier that you wanted me to be involved. What do I need to do, and more importantly, what is in it for me? I'm a busy god, Vase. I am not in the habit of spreading my power for free. He, like brother, like sister. Vase expected her to make such a remark. Don't worry, little sister. As I've already mentioned, the MSTS is primarily supported by Vulcan because he will be doing most of the work. His main responsibility is simulating the environment as well as the performance of any tech that is present. What he cannot do as well as simulate the performance of the NPCs or non-player characters. These are the simulated allies and enemies that enrich a battle scenario. The Quint will be responsible for this. My masterwork mech possesses a great understanding of mech pilots and how they think and fight. The opponents that mech cadets will face in my MSTS will be a lot trickier and more flexible than the usual opponents in typical battle scenarios. For that, my masterwork mech will receive a proportion of the spiritual feedback as compensation for his services. What about me, Vase? You are the cherry on top that gives my MSTS the ultimate edge over competing battle simulation programs. He smiled. You don't need to do anything too complicated unlike Vulcan and the Quint. All I want from you is to increase the realism of my battle scenarios by adding the threat of death to them. Don't misunderstand me. I don't want you to kill the mech cadets that fail their training scenarios and end up dying in them. I just want you to expose them to your glow, just enough to stimulate their primal fears and encourage them to take the simulations more seriously. Do you understand why I need your help? His sister wasn't Stupid. She had experienced many battles and harvested many lives since she came into existence and took part in the ongoing Xian War. I've noticed that many mech pilots are able to perform well above their usual level of performance when they think their deaths are imminent. She said, whenever I make an appearance, those that are able to overcome their fears will explode and hold nothing back because they realize that they have nothing left to lose. It's quite annoying, actually. Some mech pilots are so spooked by me that they even break through to expert candidate, not that it helps. A single slap from me is enough to end their little displays of power. Her story only confirmed that Vase was thinking in the right direction. What you have just described is a phenomenon that many mech pilots are already familiar with. They always value the opportunity to risk their lives in real battles because they are aware that they are more likely to draw out their hidden potential under the most desperate circumstances. Helena nodded in understanding. Even in the midst of death, life always finds a way. The greater the death, the greater the possibility for life to bloom. This is the magic of yin and yang. What I am aiming to do with the tutor project and the MSTS will not be exaggerated. I don't want the customers of my upcoming training mech to die because you have scared them to death with your glow. I also don't want to bear the blame of traumatizing an entire generation of mech cadets to the point where they have no courage to apply for the riskier jobs. I just need you to expose them to a taste of death. This way, they will not only grow and mature a little faster, but will also be better prepared for the real battles that they will take part in the future. That doesn't sound too complicated for me. I can do this much at least. That's great. I will allocate a small proportion of spiritual feedback as remuneration for your services. Don't underestimate this minor share. If the MSTS is as successful as I hope, my training mechs will sell like hotcakes. Your ongoing participation will give you access to a stable and long-term source of sustenance. Doesn't that sound great? It is, but it's not entirely necessary for me. I'm a god, after all. People are already worshipping me the old-fashioned way. Vase decided not to comment on that. Chapter 4061 Untested System. Vase did not actually have to invest much time in order to set up his ambitious mental simulation training system. Vulcan had already begun to use his formidable expertise and capabilities to build it up from scratch. By borrowing Ves's expertise as well as the knowledge that he had absorbed from his growing number of associates, the spiritual incarnation achieved incredible progress in a short amount of time. In fact, Vulcan's ability to construct the MSTS was so impressive that Vase even contemplated the possibility of outsourcing future work assignments to his incarnation. The difference in productivity between the two was too great. Vase was still bound by mortal limitations while Vulcan was much less constrained in this sense. Of course, Vulcan was not capable of replacing Vase entirely. The design spirit did not have direct access to a design seed, so he was unable to fully replicate the performance of a mech designer, especially the higher-ranking ones with unique design philosophies. Ves's hopes of imitating the strengths of rational mech designers by emulating other design philosophies were dashed. What Vase did manage to find out was that Vulcan could still function like an assisting design team on his own. While the spiritual entity was not good at some assignments, he was pretty good in many other aspects. This is interesting. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he thought about the implications of this accidental discovery. Why didn't I think about this possibility before? I can single-handedly increase my productivity by as much as half or more by offloading the more tedious design tasks to Vulcan. The increasing amount of design projects that he committed to working on became a lot more manageable all of a sudden once Vulcan came into the picture. It was as if Vase suddenly remembered that he had a spare design team as well as a supercomputer laying around in his backyard. The thought that he had access to all of this extra capacity but forgot about using any of it until recently made him feel as if he was stupid. You dummy, Vase admonished himself and slapped his forehead for good measure. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to begin with utilizing Vulcan if only to avoid wasting the available capacity. Right now, Vulcan was still investing most of his attention on completing the MSTS, so Vase was not yet able to assign any mech design-related assignments to his incarnation. He would surely do so once the tutor project was finally complete in every aspect. Whenever Vase paid attention to his other self's progress, he noted that Vulcan already developed a high amount of competence in spiritual engineering. This was what the design spirit excelled at because he was a spiritual entity himself. Vase saw new possibilities in Vulcan because of this reason. If his incarnation was good enough to develop something as innovative, complicated and ambitious as the MSTS, then Vulcan would surely be clever enough to work on other advanced spiritual engineering projects. Maybe I should have let you design the Death Lotus instead of me. Vase muttered. Vulcan had one big flaw, though. His domain was based on the spiritual attributes of dwarfs, mechs and craftsmanship. He also incorporated a tiny amount of high-grade metal attribute, but hadn't evolved to the point where he could freely make use of this element. Nonetheless, for all of Vulcan's strengths, he lacked the life attribute that enabled Vase to make all of his products alive. This meant that Vulcan could not take over all of Ves's work entirely. Both of them needed to work together to maximize the potential of their own creations. Oh well, this is already good enough. Time continued to pass as Vulcan fleshed out the MSTS. Over time, he also brought in the Quint as well as Helena to the spiritual engineering project in order to properly incorporate their respective contributions to the simulation program. The Quint's reaction to this initiative was rather interesting. When Vase first brought up the topic to his colorful masterwork Mech, the evolved machine's eyes flashed with excitement. This will be fun, haha. The speakers that the Quint gained access to had boomed. Vase had already provided his most valuable and most developed living mechs extra privileges in order to keep them happy. As long as you give me control over the actions and behavior of the NPC mechs, I will make sure that those cute mech cadets will learn how to handle themselves in battle. Vase directed a suspicious glance towards his mech. I can give you the freedom to construct your own battle scenarios based on the fights that you have participated in as well as whatever you manage to obtain from other sources, but they will not be the only simulations that the users of my tutor project can utilize. Some of them are younger and need to work on their basics, so it is not appropriate to throw them off into the deep end right away. The NPCs in these simpler battle scenarios need to be dumbed down as well in order to give the younger mech cadets a decent chance at defeating them with their inferior piloting skills. Fine, I will do my part in accelerating their improvement and teach them the lessons they need to improve their skills. Vase feared that the main reason the Quint wanted to put in all of this effort was so that it wouldn't take as much time for the mech cadets to qualify for the more advanced battle scenarios that his crooked mech had in mind. Oh well, no matter the Quint's motivations, as long as the users of the tutor project improved faster and became more competent in battle, it didn't really matter. Vase just hoped that the living mech would have a sense of measure and avoid torturing the immature mech pilots too much. After hashing everything out between the participating design spirits and coordinating their respective contributions to this great spiritual engineering endeavor, the MSTS finally reached a state where its basic functions were all complete. It became a lot more difficult to develop the spiritual software program any further than that. Vulcan might be a lot more competent in spiritual engineering than Vase initially thought, but even he was reaching his limits in working so long on something without testing its actual performance all this time. We need more data. We can't go on without seeing how it actually functions in its current state. This put Vase in a difficult position. As promising and revolutionary as it sounded, the MSTS was a highly experimental spiritual construct that was anything but safe. Who knew what happened if the test pilot of a prototype version of the tutor project started to engage this function? Would the test pilot merely experience nothing as the MSTS failed to come online? Would the test pilot's head explode as a glitch in the MSTS caused it to exceed its safety limits? Would the test pilot perform normally at first but slowly develop brain damage as well as mental disorders due to gradual exposure to the extreme stimuli produced by the MSTS? Vase had no answers to these questions. Although he developed the MSTS with the best of intentions, he knew firsthand that even the most beneficial inventions could produce adverse results when put into use. He did not have enough confidence in the soundness of MSTS to test it out with his Larkinson mech pilots or mech cadets. There was no way he would put someone as precious as Laney Larkinson in an untested tutor project mech. Where the hell am I supposed to find the test pilots for my new design? Vase grumbled and scratched his head. Could he make use of his Pokladan prisoners? No, none of them are mech pilots. I don't even know if there are any neural interfaces that can establish a stable and working connection between their alien minds and a mech designed for humans. Should he instruct his black cats to sneakily kidnap and smuggle over a handful of criminal mech pilots? That sounded like trouble. If the operatives ever got caught, Vase would get into a lot of trouble. Wait, why am I treating this as a shameful act that needs to be covered up at all costs? Vase began to entertain a course of action that he would have never considered in the past. While it sounded crazy to him, it made complete sense with the knowledge that he possessed. He did not hesitate any longer. He activated his comm and called his buddy Jovi Armelon. The connection did not go through. This wasn't too unusual, as Jovi hadn't been easy to reach ever since Vase gifted him with the Eye of Providence. Let's try this one then. Vase initiated a call to a different Mecher. It took 24 seconds for the man to accept the call. The face of a distinguished-looking man with graying hair appeared in the projection. Mr. Larkinson, I do not make a habit of accepting the calls of a journeyman, but I have determined that there is a high probability that you are about to present a case to me that is sufficient to hold my interest. Well, that was an interesting way to open a conversation. Vase understood that he was treading on thin ice. A person as important and accomplished as Master Terminio Dervidian definitely wouldn't be amused if a bratty little journeyman took up the man's precious time for a project beneath his notice. I need your help or the help of your faction, Vase quickly stated. First, are you impressed with my ongoing mech design projects? No. As promising as you may be, I am not bored enough to pay attention to the work of my juniors. Then let me explain the premise and the progress that I have made on my tutor project to you. I'll send you a few documents on my design project as well. As Vase explained the tutor project's goal and unique, groundbreaking features, the MTA master quickly processed the documents he received over the comm. It only took a few minutes for Master Dervidian to catch up and understand what he needed to know. Suffice to say, the existence of a psionic construct that was capable of breaking through the technological bottlenecks that limited the progress of developers for many years was completely astonishing. Such an invention was fully worthy of his attention. Someone as clever as Master Dervidian was already able to understand the greatest uses of the MSTS. If Vase wasn't lying about the possibilities of this revolutionary new system, then it could be used for a lot more purposes than training mech cadets. The transhumanist leader's eyes glinted as he gazed at Vase with greater appreciation. He didn't even care whether the journeyman had embellished his story or created a more flawed product than he thought. As long as the mental simulation training system had any possibility of working as intended, then it would become a revolutionary new technology that could unlock a lot of useful possibilities to the mech industry. I understand. I will personally make the arrangements. What do you need? I need test pilots, Vase answered. I need at least 100 teenage mech cadets as well as older mech pilots. It is best if their ages, specialties, training and background are as varied as possible. My focus lies on second-class mech pilots, but I won't say no to receiving a batch of third-class and first-class mech pilots as well. You will obtain what you need to thoroughly determine the safety of your MSTS. Do not be afraid to use up the test subjects that we will deliver to you. Before we will allow you to put such a new and experimental system to use, our association must thoroughly understand its safety parameters. I shall dispatch a team of research assistants to facilitate the experiments and collect the required research data. You don't need to do that, sir. No need to thank us, Mr. Larkinson. We are happy to help. Chapter 4062 Alacritus Stork. When the MTA made a commitment, it quickly delivered on it. Only a day after Vase made an agreement with Master Dervidian, an MTA frigate called the Alacritus Stork portal jumped into the Davut system and matched orbits with the Larkinson fleet. Soon enough, 13 junior researchers teleported in one of the conference rooms of the Blinding Banshee. Due to the controversial nature of the experiments that Vase had in mind, he thought it was best not to conduct them on the surface of a busy planet. The Blinding Banshee was the right venue to test the MSTS. As long as the tutor project did not have to move, the espionage vessel offered enough room to test its revolutionary new simulation program. Aside from that, the Blinding Banshee also contained a lot of high-security cells that could discreetly and securely contain a lot of sensitive prisoners. Vase had especially boarded a shuttle that brought him all the way back into orbit, so that he could meet with the researchers and supervise at least a portion of the experiments. The mechers that teleported inside the conference room looked younger and less senior than he expected. Master Dervidian was most definitely capable of mobilizing senior researchers if he wished. It was curious that he decided to send a bunch of brats who were predominantly in their 20s and 30s. Despite their high backgrounds, the MTA researchers that showed up did not assume an air of superiority that was characteristic of their kinds. Vase did not need to ask any questions to know that they had been briefed beforehand. That was pretty nice and thoughtful of Master Dervidian. It saved him the trouble of showing who was in charge. The junior researcher at the lead hovered forward and made a strange salute with his hand. Good afternoon, Mr. Larkinson. It is an honor to meet an accomplished mech designer such as yourself. I am Yarrick Stimmons, a research assistant serving on the Paracelsus Optimus. Master Dervidian has recently commanded my colleagues and I to assist you in your research. We have brought specialized lab equipment to collect additional data and thoroughly determine the effects of your new invention on different individuals. Vase shook hands with the young man. He could immediately tell that the guy was more than just a researcher. He was a journeyman who possessed a lot of curiosity towards the tutor project. If the training mech design was valuable enough for someone as impressive as Master Dervidian to intervene in its development, then it had to possess extraordinary properties. There was no other reason for such a formidable figure to make so many moves just to assist a mech designer who wasn't even a part of the association. I don't really understand what each of you can do. Can you explain your expertise and how you can facilitate my research? Why, certainly. Yarrick Stimmons nodded without any fuss. I am a journeyman who specializes in neural interface systems. Master Dervidian chose me for this assignment because I have thoroughly studied the risks and dangers of interfacing with mechs. I possess a considerable understanding of human biology with a particular focus on the brain and how they react to different forms of interactions with neural interfaces. I am mainly tasked with detecting and registering any possible degradation to the health of the mech pilot. The other junior researchers reported their professions, their specialties and their presumed roles in the upcoming study. None of them were mech designers aside from Mr. Stimmons. Many of them were medical specialists who were highly knowledgeable about human physiology or psychology. Each of them were supposed to monitor and study the health and state of the test subjects as they trialed the MSTS under various circumstances. Soon enough, the topic of the discussion shifted towards the test subjects that the MTA frigate had brought. We have brought a total of 420 experimental test subjects. Stimmons revealed to Vase. With 41st class mech pilots, 302nd class mech pilots and 83rd class mech pilots of varying degrees of skills, origins and specialties, we should be able to collect a sufficient amount of starting data to gain a preliminary understanding on the safety and the soundness of your mental simulation training system. That was more than enough test subjects to obtain the data that Vase needed. He was quite impressed by how many mech pilots the transhumanists were able to bring on short notice. However, he recalled that they did not belong to him. Vase could only borrow them from the MTA. How much control am I allowed to have over the test subjects? We will have to discuss that in detail later on, Mr. Larkinson. The experimental subjects are valuable assets that we have only put at your disposal in order to understand the safety of your MSTS and how far we can push the boundaries before anything breaks. One of the assignments that we have received from our superiors is to test your new system out under extreme circumstances. In order to fully understand the conditions where it is safe to use by the general public, we must explore the circumstances where it produces detrimental effects towards its users. This was easy to understand. It was not enough to declare the MSTS safe after using it under normal conditions. There were lots of stupid customers in human space. No matter how many safety instructions Vase issued with his product, there were bound to be dummies who utilized the tutor project and the MSTS in conditions that were outside the scenarios that he envisioned. Rather than remaining ignorant of the consequences of using his spiritual system in unknown circumstances, it was better to explore them in advance and thoroughly understand the consequences of misuse. After Vase chatted a bit more Mr. Stimmons, he did not object to these plans. He saw how useful it was to explore all of these extremes and anticipate any potential disasters in advance. They soon began to get to work. It turned out that the Blinding Banshee didn't need to host the test subjects or serve as the venue of the experiments. The Alacritus Stork was already set up to collect all of the data the MTA needed on the effects of Ves's invention on different mech pilots. Both sides were impatient to start. After Vase filled in the research team on what they needed to know, they soon made the appropriate preparations. Vase, the MTA researchers teleported to the Alacritus Stork and began right away. The MTA also brought over a prototype tutor project mech and thoroughly scanned its frame to understand its technical properties. There were no surprises on this front. While its ability to morph its limbs and proportions to adapt to the physiques of different mech cadets was rather interesting, it was nothing new to a mech designer like Yarrick Stimmons. The truly valuable property of the tutor project was its ability to connect to the MSTS, which was supported by Vulcan, not the mech itself. This also made it easy and convenient for Vase to hook up other living mechs to the MSTS in the future. We shall start with testing your MSTS with an ordinary adult second-class mech pilot. Stimmons said, "We are aware that your tutor project is designed to be piloted by mech cadets, but we have not brought many of them due to their relative scarcity. I see. Well, there shouldn't be too much of a difference. If something goes wrong with the initial test subject, then we should fix that first. Stimmons summoned a random second-class mech pilot and forced the man into the cockpit of the tutor project. The mechers had already modified the cockpit of the prototype machine to make sure its pilot remained in control. Vase deliberately did not request or summon any information about the test subjects. He did not need to learn their backstories and how they ended up in the hands of the transhumanist faction. He only needed to know their basic piloting properties. The man that the mechers had chosen to become the first person to connect with the mental simulation training system did not look like a criminal or pilot at first. He possessed the demeanor of a professional soldier and did not seem to harbor much resistance against his captivity. The first test subject complied with each instruction and dutifully activated and interfaced with the prototype as instructed. Everything is within tolerance so far, Stimmons stated. Let us test a number of basic parameters before connecting the test subject to the MSTS. After making sure that the prototype itself was functioning as expected, they soon moved on to the critical moment. There were numerous control options for the MSTS. There was a setting that allowed the mech pilot to activate it on his own initiative. There was another setting that required the permission of both the living mech and pilot to engage the MSTS. Then there was a setting that would not allow the tutor project to connect to the MSTS without permission from a mech instructor or other supervisor. Right now, the prototype had adopted the latter setting, so Vase personally had to press the button before the prototype performed the critical act. He leaned forward as soon as he did so and examined the mech that was standing silently in the hangar bay of the Alacritus Stork. Yarick Stimmons and the other MTA researchers did not really notice anything special. Though the sensor readings displayed a few changes in activity, the only obvious change to the tutor project was the fact that its third eye began to emit bright blue light. Vase had added this setting to the mech as a symbolic representation that the mech pilot had cast his mind to an entirely different reality, one that was entirely illusionary and crafted according to his own design. A few awkward minutes passed in the control room where he and all of the MTA researchers were studying the telemetry transmitted by the mech and the sophisticated sensor systems. While Vase had no doubt that the incoming data was all valuable, Stimmons did not look entirely pleased with the current state of events. Mr. Larkinson, he spoke up, did you include any interface that allows us to observe the mech pilot's interactions with your MSTS? While we can observe our test subject's mental and physical changes, it is difficult for us to understand the context of these fluctuations without knowing what is taking place in the active simulation program. Vase blinked. Oh, sorry, I overlooked this issue. Let me arrange a solution. He thought for a second before he pulled out the hammer of brilliance from his toolbelt. He communicated with Vulcan for a moment before placing it on a console. The hammer glowed with power before it projected a spiritual illusion. Vulcan directly used the relic as a channel to transmit the live footage of the ongoing simulated environment it had created for the inaugural user of the MSTS. Everyone grew interested as they looked at the first glimpses of this mysterious new simulation program. At first glance, it did not look different from ordinary simulations. The tutor project had deployed into an empty arena and was fighting against an identical tutor project mech. The only unusual part about the current simulation battle was that the opposing machine was controlled by a remarkably skilled and clever AI pilot. The test pilot was no slouch, though. As mech pilot with military training and experience, the man quickly familiarized himself with the properties of the tutor project and skillfully utilized its default loadout of a sword and shield to resist the aggressive adversary. Soon enough, both sides traded more and more blows as they maneuvered around the battlefield. As a premium training mech, Vase designed the tutor project with both defense and mobility in mind. It was fairly well protected while also possessing enough mobility to agilely move around the battlefield. The only truly disappointing aspect about the tutor project was that its offensive power was considerably below average. This was not considered a disadvantage for training mechs as their lethality was supposed to be limited in the first place. It wouldn't do for mech cadets to be in control of a combat machine that was capable of blowing up an entire campus building if it lost control. Chapter 4063 Limitations of Simulator Technology. The first proper connection and activation of the mental simulation training system proceeded without any obvious points of concerns. Even though this was the first spiritual simulation system that Vase and Vulcan had ever crafted through their own efforts, its operation and degree of accuracy were not that different from conventional simulation programs. This was no surprise. Despite the need to develop a framework for spiritual software and spiritual programming language from scratch, Vulcan was adept in both conventional programming and spiritual engineering. As a spiritual entity that was unbound by the organic limitations of a weak and frail human body, Vulcan's productivity was frighteningly high. Though there were a lot of spiritual entities who were stronger than him in an absolute sense, Vase doubted that his other spiritual products such as Helena or the Superior Mother could catch up to his incarnation in this regard. This was because Vase designed Vulcan to be a creator and a maker of products. True to his mythological source of inspiration, Vulcan traded a lot of direct combat power in order to become the ultimate spiritual artisan. The amount of design assistance that he could provide was incalculable. Vase wanted to slap his forehead again. How come it took so long for him to realize such a simple fact? His incarnation functioned similarly to a clone of himself that was crossed with a supercomputer. Vase even had the feeling that as long as he had access to Vulcan, he could design mechs from beginning to end without ever accessing his implant or a single electronic system. This was an amazing advantage. Even now, Vulcan was continuing to develop the MSTS further. While he had already made sure that the spiritual simulation program was able to run realistic battle scenarios involving mechs, he still needed to add a lot of variables in order to make the simulation more complete. Vulcan still needed to include additional factors such as different battlefields, additional mech models, starships, exobeasts and alien tech to the database. Though Vase had access to a sufficient amount of data on those elements, it still took time for his other self to convert them into spiritual files, and properly incorporate them into the MSTS. Fortunately, the lack of variety did not hamper the efforts to test the viability and safety of the current iteration of the MSTS. Even though it could only simulate battles between relatively simple mechs for now, this was what mech cadets practiced with all of the time. The first test has concluded. Vase announced as the prototype tutor project pulled out of the MSTS. The test pilot that had just sparred against another tutor project in the spiritual simulation had used his rich battle experience to trick the opponent into overreaching. Though the tutor project model was considerably faster and more agile than the original Chiron model, if both of them made a serious error of judgment, then that would probably spell their doom. Vase smirked for a moment. The Quint may have learned much about piloting mechs, but his battle partners were predominantly younger mech pilots that relied on an abundance of talent and skill to achieve superiority on the battlefield. The test pilot that completed the first test was not as talented but possessed decades of combat experience. A wily soldier that had survived many battlefields was not so easy to outmatch. I am glad to see that your MSTS is functioning properly, but this is only the beginning. Let us repeat this process with other test subjects. Yarrick Stimmons suggests. I must understand the baseline of this new simulation system before we can test your innovation under more challenging circumstances. Vase and the MTA research team conducted test after test. The parameters of the mech and its mech pilot, while both of them remained connected to the MSTS, looked normal enough. It was all quite boring, but that wasn't necessarily bad. The reason for that was that despite the strange nature of the MSTS, it did not behave much differently than a conventional similar program, at least on the surface. It was not unusual for pilots to use a mech to connect to a simulation program. The popular and ubiquitous simulator pods were developed as a cheaper and more convenient alternative to them for the purpose of facilitating training. Vase even got bored after a while. While he was glad that the MSTS did not exhibit any serious bugs or generate any dangerous circumstances, the test pilots that experienced this new training solution for the first time did not undergo any drastic experiences either. Most of that was because the training scenarios that the MSTS put them through were too basic. Vase expected the test subjects to endure a lot more stimulation once they trialed the more intensive battle scenarios. Once the first round of experiments came to an end, Vase and his mecher helpers analyzed the data and made a number of preliminary conclusions. First of all signs look good so far. Stimmons spoke to Vase and his team. Although the nature of the new simulation program is anything but conventional, it operates close enough to the simulators that we are familiar with that the test subjects largely behave as if they are undergoing a conventional virtual training session. There are only a few minor deviations that provide interesting data points. The man waved his hand. A projection appeared to his side that showed a semi-transparent image of a human head. The image showed off a model of a brain where numerous points were lit up with red. This is the state of the brain of a typical trained mech pilot when interfacing with a generic combat mech. The areas in red indicate the parts of the central nervous system that are often strained over the course of piloting a mech under normal circumstances. The load and intensity of this strain can vary greatly depending on the mech model and the circumstances it is operating under. In general, third-class mechs are considerably less strenuous, while first-class mechs induce an enormous burden that is especially difficult to endure for unaugmented potentates with lower than average genetic aptitudes. There was an intricate and complicated relationship between the strain that a mech pilot endured and the mech he was interfacing with. Vase only knew the basics but did not pretend to understand all of the variables and relationships between them. This was solely the domain of neural interface specialists. What Vase did know was that strain was a reflection on how well a mech pilot was able to cope with the flow of data that passed through the man-machine connection. The reason why first-class mechs produced incomparably greater strain was because they not only produced a lot more data as output, but also required a lot of data as input from the mech pilot. One of the reasons why the higher grades of genetic aptitude was so valued by the mech community was because those at the top could control their machines at a much finer level. In cases where the mechs, skills and combat experience of two opposing mech pilots were equal, the one with superior genetic aptitude often gained an edge over the opposition. This was because the pilot was able to process more data and exert greater control over a mech. From what Vase had learned, it was only when a mech pilot surpassed the extraordinary threshold that these limitations no longer applied. Every expert pilot's capacity to process data was expanded by at least an order of magnitude. This was also the only way they could pilot much more complicated expert mechs that could fry the brain of any ordinary mech pilot. Stimmons waved his hand again, causing a few of the red areas to fade or disappear entirely. This is the state of a brain when interfacing with a typical commercial-grade simulator pod. Do you see the difference? Compared to actual mechs, simulator pods produce less strain because of two main reasons. First, a simulation program's fidelity towards reality is always flawed, so virtual battles can never produce the full range of stimulation of actual battles. Second, the developers of these training systems have to abide by strict safety limitations that artificially restrict the degree of immersion. If these safety limits are not present, then the pilots in question risk getting harmed without ever stepping onto a real battlefield. Vase raised his hand. I have a question, Mr. Stimmons. Why is the degree of immersion capped for these devices? Isn't it better to raise it a little so that mech pilots get more involved in the virtual battles and gain greater stimulation as a result? No, the MTA journeyman shook his head. You are not the first mech designer to ask this question, but there are good reasons to limit the immersion of simulator pods. Aside from preventing mech pilots from enduring excessive strain and suffering from unneeded injury feedback, we do not want mech pilots to become too acclimated to the false reality of a virtual battle environment. As you know, Mr. Larkinson, typical simulation programs are only capable of modeling reality to a range from 80% to 99%. No matter how close they try to mimic reality, they can never achieve the most ideal state. What do you think will happen when a mech pilot who has spent thousands of hours in training with a simulator pod that only reached 80% realism steps onto an actual battlefield for the first time? That pilot will fumble and perform well below expectations because the habits he has trained in the virtual simulations no longer work as well in reality. The disparity in physics and other interactions are so great that it is like the difference between fighting in space and fighting in the air of a terrestrial planet. Stimmons nodded. Exactly. Do you see why our association has mandated that every simulator pod and simulation system must restrict the degree of immersion to a shallower limit? While we are aware that mech pilots do not get as much out of their virtual training sessions, the greater degree of separation also prevents them from taking their practice environment too seriously. This lowers the chances of learning bad habits. Of course, it is also necessary for the individuals to pilot physical mechs in reality in order to build up and maintain their good habits. This was why live practice sessions were essential to mech pilots. If simulations could provide them with all of the improvement they needed, then there was much less reason for them to sortie with their mechs. After Stimmons explained a few other essential differences between interfacing with a real mech and interfacing with a simulator pod, he waved his hand a third time, causing a different image of a brain to appear on the projection. This is the overall state of the brains of our test subjects when they interfaced with the prototype while engaging the MSTS. Do you see how this image differs between the last two that I have shown? Vase had quite a good memory and it was effortless for him to use his implant to make direct comparisons between all three images. His eyes lit up as he noticed the differences and realized what it could possibly mean. The state of a mech pilot's brain when connected to the MSTS is close to the state of piloting an actual mech. The MTA journeyman smiled. That is correct. This is in spite of the fact that the neural interface of the tutor project is a safer model that is specifically designed to be a safe choice for growing mech cadets. While I must gather more data to be certain, my preliminary conclusion of why our test subjects exhibit this degree of strain is because the MSTS mirrors reality at least as well as the top simulators available to humanity. In other words, the test subjects all fought as if they were truly fighting for their lives. This was a fantastic result. The simulated environments produced by the MSTS reminded the test subjects of how they fought in reality. With special effects, such as glows to stir their emotions during a simulated battle, it was easy for them to get invested in the false battles. After all, with Helena's Minute's influence, the test subjects all felt that dying in the illusionary battlefield would actually get them killed for real. Chapter 4064 Positive and Negative Feedback. Now that Vase obtained solid data on the performance of his new and revolutionary MSTS, he became incredibly satisfied with the preliminary results. According to various data points, the mental simulation training system was not only relatively safe to use, but also approximated realistic battles to a degree that Yarrick Stimmons had rarely seen in other simulation programs. Although the tests so far only produced data relating to simulated duels between two training mechs, the performance of the MSTS has exceeded my expectations. Yarrick Stimmons told Vase, Master Dravidian did not dispatch us to you in vain. Even if the subsequent performance of your new simulation system does not pass muster, the starting point is so impressive that it is already of great value to the mech industry. Congratulations, Mr. Larkinson. I do not know how you did it, but you have successfully created an entirely new base of simulation technology that sidesteps many of the technical limitations that have long plagued this sector. Vase continued to stare at the projected diagrams and data tables. Each of them communicated a different aspect of performance. While he did not have the expertise to understand the significance of much of the data, the researchers dispatched by the MTA clearly told him that the figures should have only been produced by simulation programs that were much more advanced than what second-raters had access to in most situations. We wouldn't be too surprised if this data was produced by a Terran or Rubarthan simulation system, but the fact that it originated from a simulator developed by just a single journeyman without any significant experience in this field is astonishing. If Vase hadn't proven himself already to the transhumanist faction, Stimmons would have definitely leveraged the authority of the association to press for more answers. Fortunately, Vase and the transhumanists already developed a friendly relationship with each other. There was no need for the mechers to push any further. The fact that Vase contacted Master Dravidian for assistance was already a tacit form of cooperation. After just a single testing session, the MTA researchers all recognized the insane potential and value of the MSTS. They all felt privileged for being the first mechers to get in touch with it and conduct tests on it. If everything went well, their early contributions would become widely recognized, granting them lots of recognition and rewards within the association. The attitudes of the mechers aboard the Alacritus Stork visibly improved. If they previously showed respect towards Vase because of his status and because of the instructions from above, this time they all recognized his brilliance from the bottom of their hearts. However, they still needed to do their jobs, and the data they had gathered so far was not sufficient to determine whether the MSTS was safe and beneficial. Now that we have established a baseline, it is time to explore the limits of your new simulation system. Stimmons grinned in a rather ominous manner. In the next few days, the MTA journeyman showed what neural interface specialists truly did when they were tasked with exploring the safety parameters of a new system. The man used a sophisticated materializer to modify the neural interface device of the prototype tutor project without disassembling it. Normally, it was illegal to mess around with neural interfaces, but Stimmons was one of the few people that could make changes that deliberately increased the danger factor of these critical devices. Once they put in another test subject, they prompted the prototype mech to connect to the MSTS and run another ordinary simulated duel. Vase immediately noticed the difference this time. The telemetry showing the mech pilot's brain activity and other life signs spiked a lot higher than normal. What does this mean? He asked. The readings suggest that the current test subject is receiving much more feedback from the simulation than in the previous cases. Stimmons answered as his eyes remained glued to the fluctuating graphs and numbers. The change I made to the neural interface artificially lifted its safety limit to a degree that goes beyond recommended parameters. This has allowed the test subject to forge a much deeper connection to the training mech and by extension the active simulation program. It is remarkable how quickly the test subject became immersed into the false reality he has ended up in. The simulation may be so real to him that he has unconsciously forgotten that he and his mech are just standing still in the cargo hold of a frigate. Vase glanced at the spiritual feed projected by his hammer of brilliance. It displayed a thrilling duel between two different tutor projects. Just like in the previous cases, the test subject was a mature pilot with military training. A mech pilot of his level of skill and experience should have been able to crush any ordinary opponent in a duel even if he was piloting an unfamiliar mech. However, the opponents produced by the MSTS weren't vegetables. Although their performance against the test subjects of the MTA weren't that great at the start, the driving intelligence learned quickly and rarely made the same mistake twice. It became harder and harder for the test subjects to defeat their opponents. When the MTA researchers brought up the rapid pace of improvement, Vase merely shrugged and gave an excuse. The AI driving these mechs is designed to be highly adaptive and good at learning. The better its opponents, the more it improves. There were still limitations, of course, but the current level of performance was already more than satisfactory. The important point here was that the AI mech the current test pilot was fighting against was so challenging that he had to do his utmost to grasp any chance of defeating his opponent. This difficulty level happened to be exactly right in this instance. The automated opponent was not strong enough to defeat the mech piloted by the test subject outright, but it wasn't a pushover either. The opponent was only a bit better than the test subject, which forced the latter to fight at full strength and squeeze whatever potential he retained. Vase didn't need to look at the data to know that the test subject was performing at a considerably higher level than was customary in training sessions. He could see the spiritual activity from the prototype tutor project mech if he glanced through the window. He could also connect with Vulcan and glimpse what was going on with the MSTS at the moment. While he wasn't an expert in simulation battles, Vase could tell that the test subject was truly fighting as if everything was real and that his life was on the line. This was a death battle where only a single mech pilot could leave the arena with his life intact. Remarkable, Stimmons enthusiastically spoke. I anticipated that this might happen. The high degree of realism of the MSTS combined with raising the limits of the neural interface can truly induce a state that is difficult to achieve for other simulation systems. Does this mean that the feedback and stimulation that the test subject receives is equivalent to that of fighting in a real battle? That was a much more complicated question to answer. Stimmons frowned a bit. I cannot say. The current indicators show that this may be the case, but do not forget that the current simulation has only produced this result because I have removed some of the safety precautions from the neural interface of your prototype. In other words, the rewards of training with the MSTS were only greater after increasing the risk factor. The test subject was literally gambling his life and his future as a mech pilot at the moment. Let us see the perils of the current state of your prototype and your MSTS. Can you interfere with the current simulated duel so that the test subject will fall into a disadvantage and lose? Certainly. Give me a moment. It was easy enough for Vase to manipulate any ongoing battles. He silently passed on an instruction that essentially told the Quint to stop holding back and beat up the mech piloted by the test subject as soon as possible. The change happened in an instant. In one moment, the two tutor project mechs were exchanging blows without either of them falling into a disadvantage. In the next moment, the AI mech rushed forward and battered aside the incoming sword at an ingenious angle and timing. This allowed the aggressive mech to shoulder bash the machine piloted by the test subject, thereby producing a considerable impact. Fortunately, the tutor project not only possessed a considerable tolerance for damage, but was also designed to be considerably more stable than ordinary humanoid mechs. The machine that got struck in the chest faltered backwards but did not tip over entirely. However, the mech still exposed enough openings that prevented it from blocking the subsequent sword attacks with ideal footing. The incoming blows continually pushed back the mech while it was already out of balance. This caused the test subject to experience a lot of distress. His stress levels and other activity levels spiked as he scrambled for his mech to regain its guard. Sadly for him, the AI mech was not only ruthless, but also exhibited a lot more skill and mastery over the tutor project mech than before. Like a battering ram colliding against the gates of a castle, the AI mech's offensive continually left no room for its target to breathe. Finally, the mech that had fallen into a disadvantage suffered enough hits to its chest for the next sword stab to sink straight through an exposed weak point and drive directly through the cockpit. At the same time, the test subject that still resided in the prototype tutor project screamed in agony as many readings abruptly turned red. The training mech automatically pulled out of the MSTS and disengaged the man-machine connection, but it was already too late by this point. What happened? Vase gasped. That is what happens when a mech pilot has sunk too deep into the man-machine connection while receiving injury feedback. Stimmons calmly stated as a teleporter directly removed the injured test pilot from the cockpit. This is a phenomenon that is responsible for the early retirement of many mech pilots. It is a result that should never happen in simulation training but sometimes will due to the use of illegally modified simulator pods. Vase looked dismayed. The previous results looked so promising at first. The high degree of realism produced a lot of feedback that mirrored the experience of fighting real battles. However, where there was positive feedback, there was also negative feedback. The excessive pain and other negative stimuli that mech pilots received after a mech sustained severe damage was known to cripple and disable a lot of good soldiers. Even his grandfather Benjamin Larkinson was forced to abandon the identity of an expert pilot due to suffering a loss many decades ago. Stimmons turned and gave Vase an encouraging smile. Do not take this outcome too hard, Mr. Larkinson. I deliberately explored an extreme condition this time. As long as I reinstate the safety restrictions of the neural interface, this result is unlikely to happen again. Of course, the feedback from simulation training will also reduce as a result. It will merely be good rather than excellent. Vase eventually restored his mood. He knew he was being too greedy at the moment. It was a bad idea to resort to shortcuts to chase after greater rewards when the initial results of the MSTS already satisfied his goal. The MTA researchers conducted a few more tests with the dangerous neural interface. Not only did they want to see what happened to the test subjects if they lost the training scenarios, they also observed what happened when they won the duels. It was at this time that the MTA research team brought up a female, middle-aged mech pilot that was different from the ones that showed before. Vase could immediately tell that this test subject not only possessed spiritual potential, but had also developed it to a degree that reminded him of those that were close to becoming expert candidates. He had a feeling that it was not a coincidence that the MTA researchers brought out this specific test subject at this time. Chapter 4065 Pushing and Nudging. Please try your best to set up the next battle scenario to stimulate the current test subject as best as possible. Your goal is to induce her into breaking through to expert candidate. Pardon, are you seriously asking me to produce an expert candidate on demand? Are you serious? Vase was shocked by the MTA research team's request. The association already struggled to accomplish this feat even with all of their advanced knowledge and technologies. How could the mechers issue this request as if Vase was easily able to produce breakthroughs with the snap of his fingers? Under ordinary circumstances, no one would take this request seriously. This was not an ordinary circumstance, though. Vase not only had a history of developing innovations that could increase a mech pilot's chances of breaking through, but the test subject that the MTA brought forth this time was not an average grunt either. According to our analysis of the data we have gathered and the observations we have made up to this point, it is not an unrealistic possibility for your MSTS to induce a breakthrough. Yarrick Stimmons spoke in a factual tone. Ordinarily, simulation programs are unable to produce this result except under extremely rare conditions, but the realism as well as the higher than average baseline feedback levels of your simulation program are unusually high. We have often theorized that a hyper-realistic simulation can become an effective substitute to exposing mech pilots to life-threatening battles, and this is one of the possibilities that I have been tasked with exploring. Vase figured as much. I see. The test subject. Ah, yes, she is special. You do not need to know her full backstory, but she used to be an elite second-class mech pilot who took part in advanced training programs. According to our indications, she should be much closer to breaking through than usual, though we cannot quantify by how much. In short, with her, we should be able to see whether your MSTS can truly yield the result that we aim to see. Even if the neural interface is still in a dangerous and unbound state, a single successful instance is enough for us to ascertain that your MSTS is worthy of greater consideration. Since the MTA wanted to see this happen, Vase was willing to play along. In truth, he wanted to see whether his tutor project and MSTS was capable of inducing breakthroughs without ever exposing the mech pilot to actual battle. I will try my best, he promised. Can you tell me if there have been instances in the past where mech pilots inexplicably broke through during simulation training? Stimmons nodded. Such instances have indeed happened in the past, but they are exceedingly rare. The overwhelming majority of cases happened to highly talented mech pilots with A-grade genetic aptitudes. They are special existences among potentates that are able to break through under considerably less serious circumstances. Outside of that, it is practically impossible for mech pilots with B-grade and lower genetic aptitudes to get lucky while piloting the most advanced and realistic simulators that modern technology can deliver. The mech pilots simply didn't perceive the simulated battle as real. As long as they were aware that it was fake and that dying in a virtual training scenario did not result in the end of their lives, it was hard for them to truly care about victory and defeat. This was why the MTA research team already regarded the MSTS as a different simulation program. The data as well as other clues all indicated that the aforementioned limitations did not necessarily apply anymore, especially with unsafe neural interfaces. It is also important to note that those exceptions only took place when talented mech pilots broke through to the rank of expert candidate. Stimmons added, after that, it is impossible for them to rely on simulators to advance any further because simulations cannot fully express and reproduce the capabilities of expert candidates and high-ranking expert pilots. This is the great flaw and constraint of human simulation technology. This was also one of the biggest reasons why expert pilots and higher struggled to improve so much. No amount of simulation training could foster their growth any further because even the most sophisticated simulation programs broke down whenever they attempted to reproduce the performance of expert mechs in true resonance. True resonance and whatever else an expert pilot was capable of bent and broke the rules of reality. Illogical outcomes such as 1 + 1 = 15 happened all the time as soon as expert pilots resonated with their expert mechs. It was already hard enough for simulation programs that relied on solid and correct math to mirror reality as best possible. It was even harder for anyone to program a simulation that could properly calculate all of the crooked math and produce results that were at least somewhat reflective of what might happen in reality. Therefore, Vase was not surprised to hear that expert candidates did not gain much if anything out of simulation training. As weak as they appeared to be, they still mastered a small amount of extraordinary power, and this was already more than ordinary simulations could handle. Let's see whether the MSTS is bound by the same rules. Since both Vase and the MTA researchers wanted to see a positive result as soon as possible, the experiment quickly commenced after a few minutes of preparation. This time, the simulated tutor project mech piloted by the female test subject did not end up in a boring arena as usual. Instead, Vase had thrown the simulation mech into a more realistic battlefield. Shells exploded in every direction as the ground of a crumbling city environment continuously rumbled. Hundreds of mechs of varying designs collided against each other or exchanged fire from a distance. Chaos happened in every direction as war completely engulfed the urban battlefield. As an elite mech pilot, the test subject immediately knew that it was a bad idea for her mech to be standing around in the open, so she immediately commanded her simulation mech to head to the nearest form of cover. It's too late. Vase did not have the patience to witness the test subject scurrying around the battlefield like a cowardly cat, so he had already commanded a squad of hostile mechs to attack the simulation mech. Fight. Fortunately for the test subject, there was a squad of friendly mechs nearby that could block the attackers, but only for a time. The problem was that the friendly mechs had already gone through a previous skirmish and were no longer in their prime. Their battle damage along with the depletion of ammunition and energy meant that they were at an immediate disadvantage that soon grew serious when the weakest among them already collapsed. The simulation mech piloted by the test subject soon became a target when a bright warrior that only suffered moderate damage flew straight towards the training mech and swung its sword with abandon. Vase winced in pain. Although the tutor project was a Heartland-level mech while the bright warrior was only a Rim-level mech, their purposes were completely different. No matter how much the aged bright warrior design performance had fallen behind over the years, it was still a versatile combat machine that was designed for battle from beginning to end. In contrast, the more modern and advanced tutor project was mostly designed to be a mech with training wheels. It contained an excessive degree of safety features that made it a lot safer for mech cadets to handle the mech but also reduced its effective performance by a large margin. All of this meant that the female test subject immediately struggled to cope with the bright warrior's aggressive sword attack. Though her proficiency with the tutor project mech rapidly increased under the pressure, the bright warrior succeeded in striking the training mech's armor numerous times. If not for the superior alloys that were meant to provide the training mech with a greater damage buffer in case of accidents, those attacks would have inflicted serious damage at this time. Not enough. Vase shook his head. It's not enough. She needs to face more pressure. Another friendly mech broke apart when a hostile stingripper shot it to pieces. Although the stingripper was just a light harasser mech, it was impossible for a medium mech such as the Tutor Project to catch up to it. Since the current simulation mech only entered battle with a night mech loadout, there was no way for the test subject to retaliate against her second opponent. The Bright Warrior and the stingripper behaved as if they were controlled by trained military mech pilots. They cooperated wonderfully with each other. While the melee mech continued to occupy all of the Tutor Project's attention at the front, the ranged mech circled around and fired its Luminaire crystal submachine gun at the exposed rear of the training mech. Of course, the rear armor of the Tutor Project was quite thick and robust, so a light weapon was not capable of ripping it apart in an instant. The test subject also tried to turn her machine around as much as possible to spread the damage and allow the Tutor Project's physical shield to withstand as much fire as possible. Nonetheless, the stingripper was still able to keep up and poke increasingly more holes in the Tutor Project's frame. Already, the training mech suffered internal damage that slowly caused its performance to worsen. This subsequently caused it to expose more openings to its more immediate opponent, allowing the aggressive Bright Warrior to land more hits on its scarred chest plate. Vase glanced at the sensor readings and noticed that the test subject was under a high degree of stress. Is it enough? He had a feeling that the test subject needed another push. While Vase contemplated adding a third opponent, the Tutor Project would probably collapse too soon as a consequence. Maybe I don't need to give that big of a push. Maybe there is a more gentle way for me to nudge her in the right direction. He concentrated his mind and communicated with a design spirit. Soon enough, the test subject that was already under considerable pressure due to the fact that her simulation mech was falling apart suddenly experienced a moment of great crisis. For an instant, it was as if a sword of Damocles had appeared above her body and descended in order to chop her head off her neck. While there were many people that would break and cower in this situation, the test subject was different. No, I will not die in this unworthy field. Her most primal desire to survive burst out with the greatest intensity than she had ever experienced. She completely forgot that she was piloting a training mech in a simulated battlefield. She completely forgot that her opponents were fake mechs that weren't even piloted by real humans. She completely forgot that she had no stake in the war between the two sides. All she knew was that if she did not fight at a level that was more than she had ever attained, she would lose this battle in her life without any doubt. As soon as her latent potential exploded forth with great power, the circumstances in reality underwent a drastic change. The prototype Tutor Project suddenly burst forth with forced resonance. The cargo hold of the MTA frigate sounded an alarm as the unmoving training mech radiated so much power that the deck started to deform for reasons that no one could explain. Stimmons quickly activated a few safety settings that caused a powerful energy shield to contain much of the forced resonance fluctuations produced by the training mech and its incredible mech pilot. Despite aiming to achieve this result from the beginning, Vase, Stimmons and everyone else still looked shocked when it actually happened. A few of them doubted whether the MSTS could produce such a result in the first place. Others couldn't believe that it could happen so soon. Regardless, the test subject successfully defied convention and became the latest person to join the list of exceptions that broke through while fighting on a simulated battlefield. Stimmons, Vase trailed off. What is the genetic aptitude of the lady in the cockpit of my prototype mech? B-. The MTA journeyman stiffly answered. She is a relatively talented mech pilot by all indications, but she is incomparable to those with superior genetic aptitudes. This is what makes this breakthrough so remarkable. Even if the MSTS could not help those with inferior genetic aptitudes break through in simulation battles, the current results were already enough to change the landscape of the mech community. Chapter 4066 New ore mine. As soon as the momentum from the breakthrough disappeared, the MTA research team immediately teleported the exhausted expert candidate away. It was of vital interest to determine how the lucky woman's advancement had changed her and whether she was any different from expert candidates who broke through during battle. Vase did not expect there to be any significant differences. He could already observe through various means that the new expert candidate was the real deal. Her strength, her outburst, her transformation of will and other indicators were all similar to the other expert candidates he had known in the past. He became distracted by other considerations. Two important consequences resulted from the breakthrough. First, the test subject's breakthrough to expert candidate released a huge amount of spiritual feedback. Different from the previous breakthroughs that Vase had witnessed, multiple different parties became the beneficiaries of the energies unleashed by the female mech pilot. The prototype tutor project obtained the largest share. The mech became one of the few living mechs that was being piloted by an individual who had broken through while interfacing with it. This caused the prototype to become a unique mech that became stronger and more developed than any ordinary copy of the same design. It also makes it rather troublesome to perform any subsequent experiments with it. Vase observed, "If I want to gather representative data on its routine performance, then I will have to change it out with a fresh and unadulterated copy of the tutor project." Still, the current prototype was already a lot more valuable than before. With all of the growth and strengthening it had gone through, it could follow in the footsteps of the Quint and become a powerful living mech that excelled at training mech pilots. The breakthrough benefited other parties as well. Since the test pilot and the tutor project were both connected to the MSTS, the design spirits that were responsible for maintaining its operations also received their shares. Vulcan obtained the greatest share while the Quint and Helena were only entitled to lesser shares. Even so, all three of them were satisfied with this bonus. The feedback from an extraordinary individual was qualitatively different from the feedback of an ordinary individual. In order for his design spirits to evolve, it was not enough for them to accumulate a huge quantity of low-grade spiritual energy. They also needed to gather higher grades of spiritual energy that could help them reach a higher life phase. Interesting. Vase was happy to see all three of them grow stronger, but he recognized that much of their gains came at the expense of the prototype tutor project mech. It can't be helped. The amount of energy released by a breakthrough event is ultimately finite. Aside from this, Vase also took note of another consequence of the unusual breakthrough event. The simulated battle inside MSTS that tipped the test subject over the edge briefly fluctuated and grew unstable upon the moment of her breakthrough event. The reason why this happened was because the simulated environment was not entirely capable of getting to terms with forced resonance. This was an outburst that briefly granted the simulation mech the power of an expert mech. Even if it only lasted for a short amount of time, the degree in which the expert candidate and her mech distorted reality was considerable. All Vase knew was that despite Vulcan and the Quint working together to maintain the realism of the MSTS, they failed to account for all of the weird phenomena that forced resonance could produce. The two design spirits had to rely on their existing knowledge to construct a theorized model of forced resonance. In other words, the simulation mech that overflowed with power due to the test subject's breakthrough entered into a fantasy scenario when it started to beat up the opposing mechs. None of it was a reflection of reality. If the test subject fought in the same scenario but for real, her performance in the parameters of her prototype tutor project mechs would probably be different from what the MSTS had tried to approximate. Vase frowned at this sight. He already expected the MSTS to be unable to model and calculate willpower and resonance phenomena properly. After all, Vulcan had only worked on it for less than a year, and he spent much of that time building the foundation and framework of the spiritual simulation program. It was already good enough that the MSTS was able to portray normal mech battles with a remarkably high degree of accuracy. It would be too much to expect more out of such an immature new system. That doesn't mean it has to remain limited in the future. He whispered to himself. Though the MSTS failed to cope with this extreme properly this time, this didn't mean it had to stay this way. He already made enough observations to confirm that the MSTS was not only capable of simulating forced resonance, but also the performance of expert mechs and maybe more. This was because the MSTS was a spiritual program and was not subject to the limitations of digital software programs. It was already capable of depicting certain metaphysical concepts such as living mechs and glows. As long as Vase or Vulcan expanded its rudimentary framework to encompass more complex phenomena, it could model all kinds of irrational power manifestations. Vase slowly grinned. If his suspicions were correct, his mental simulation training system had the potential of providing a proper simulation environment for expert pilots and expert mechs. The costs are high, though. He tempered his expectations after thinking about how much he needed to invest to get to this point. In order to expand his spiritual simulation program's scope and encompass all of these ambitious phenomena that digital simulation programs weren't capable of modeling, Vulcan would probably have to spend at least a decade on this task. Vulcan would have to start from the beginning and research how to quantify and model different forms of resonance. It wasn't enough to feed Vulcan with data on breakthrough events and how expert mechs such as the Amaranto and the Everchanger performed during their practice sessions. The true challenge lay in trying to translate these data points into reasonably accurate formulas and rules that could predict how an expert mech would behave under many different circumstances. The difficulty was akin to predicting the weather patterns on a typical planet like Davut 7 up to a week or a month in advance. Was it possible to accomplish such a feat? Yes. Was it easy to do so? Definitely not. In short, this is not a goal that I can fulfill in the short term. He felt quite frustrated about that. He knew it was possible, and he knew that he had the capability to turn the MSTS into an effective simulation program for his expert pilots. Vase knew without a doubt that if he could mature his spiritual simulation program up to this point, the growth and progress of all of his expert pilots would accelerate. For the time being, people such as Venerable Tus and Venerable Joshua had little choice but to participate in tame practice sessions. The gains they made during their friendly spars were limited because they always needed to hold back their power for fear of dealing serious damage, and because they never truly faced any threat of death. It would be different in an advanced simulation environment. As long as the MSTS could model their true resonance and the reality-breaking capabilities of their expert mechs properly, every Larkinson expert pilot could unscrupulously exercise their powers and test themselves against challenging opponents that could undoubtedly push them to their limits. Even if it turned out that his expert pilots could not make as many gains as fighting in actual battles, this was still a far better outcome than the previous status quo. Arg, he constantly had to remind himself not to get ahead of himself. While he wasn't sure whether the MTA secretly developed a solution to this problem, he was pretty sure that there was no publicly available commercial product on the market that could compete against his MSTS. After all, compared to existing simulation programs who all share the same tech base that has been explored for millennia, mine is based on a completely different tech base that has barely been exploited to its full potential. It was like comparing two different ore mines. The ones used by every existing competitor were not only active for thousands of years, but had almost depleted all of its reserves. In contrast, the one that Vase had just started to dig was still rich with untapped ore. The only problem was that he was by himself and had to use a pickaxe to manually dig out chunks of ore. It would take a huge amount of time for him to gather any yield through his own efforts. That led him to consider whether he could employ more people to assist with the development of the MSTS. No one said that only Vase or Vulcan could work on it. The problem was that it was difficult to find helpers who possessed the qualifications to facilitate the development of a spiritual software program. The Auducks can't do it. Vase shook his head. Ever since he struck a deal with the Auduck family, its family members had begun to take up positions within the T Institute. The Auduck researchers employed their limited spiritual abilities to perform relatively simple studies. Much of their tasks amounted to routine experimental grunt work. Although Vase had noticed that the Auducks started to develop their spiritualities after Gaia came into their lives, their pace of growth was not impressive. Vase did not expect any of the Auducks to turn into qualified spiritual sorcerers or spiritual engineers anytime soon. In the end, I'm still suffering from the same problem as always. I don't have enough manpower. He felt quite depressed about that. He had developed a lot of great ideas over the years. His to-do list had practically expanded into a library by now and showed no signs of shrinking. The development of the MSTS was a major project that could take a lifetime to complete. Though Vulcan was a highly productive creator, he alone was not enough to realize the potential of this revolutionary new simulation system. It would be a different story if I had 1,000 qualified programmers at my disposal. He sighed and decided to just muddle onwards like it was useful and hope his circumstances improved in the future. In any case, there was no need for the MSTS to accommodate high-ranking mechs and mech pilots at the moment. It just needed to be complete enough to pair well with training mechs. The demands of mech cadets weren't as high as real mech pilots. The current state of the MSTS was already enough to run routine training scenarios. When Vase finally ended his contemplations, he turned to Yarrick Stimmons, who looked completely excited. I need to pass on this result to Master Dervidian as fast as possible. The MTA journeyman said. Due to the sensitive nature of this development, we must maintain its secrecy as best as possible. I will have to enter a secure communication chamber to pass on word back to the Paracelsus Optimus. Okay, there is no need for concern. Master Dervidian will undoubtedly award you with a substantial sum of MTA merits should your new innovation prove useful to us. Our association is always grateful for any contribution that you can make to the mech community. Now that was a lot more reassuring to hear. Vase relaxed a bit. The mechers might be scumbags in many aspects, but they were never ungrateful. I will await his reaction. Vase calmly responded. The significance of the MSTS was no less than the transcendence glow that previously excited the transhumanist faction. Vase had no doubt that he had become even more important to the transhumanists now that he came up with a second groundbreaking innovation in a short amount of time. Chapter 4067 Phased Contributions. The MTA research team became so excited by what happened that they suspended the rest of the experiments planned for the day. Vase and the others spent their time on analyzing the data of the previous experiments. The case where the latest test subject broke through provided a wealth of data that could help them understand the capabilities of the MSTS and possibly increase the chances of generating other breakthroughs. The prototype tutor project had become a lot more interesting than before. Newly empowered after receiving a heap of spiritual feedback, the living mech had come a lot closer to becoming a third-order living mech. It's a pity that it is just a prototype. As valuable as the mech may be, it would always remain flawed and incomplete in his eyes. While third-order living mechs were valuable, Vase felt it was against his principles to make serious use of a product that was only built for testing purposes. Fortunately, the MTA was eager to take his prototype mech off his hands. Vase spoke for a while with a few of the MTA researchers aboard the Alacritus Stork about using the current prototype to induce other breakthroughs. The discussion came to a halt as soon as Stimmons teleported back into the control room. "Mr. Larkinson, I have news for you. Let us move to a private chamber so that I can convey our master's new instructions." They moved to a private office where they both sat down next to a desk. The MTA journeyman was still brimming with excitement, which meant that the news he was about to share shouldn't be too bad. "First, let me make it clear that Master Dervidian is highly pleased with your progress. While your decision to branch out into mech training simulation systems sounds rather random, the results you have achieved so far are impressive, especially since you have built your MSTS from scratch by yourself. We see great potential in your innovation and wish to see how far you can take it. We would like to obtain a batch of your new training mechs so that we can study its properties and see how viable it is to reproduce what has happened under many different circumstances." Vase already expected that the transhumanists would show this kind of reaction. It was hard for a faction that has always sought to further human evolution to remain unmoved in the face of an invention that could produce breakthroughs under more controlled circumstances. "What do I need to do and what do you expect from me?" Vase asked as he wanted to know whether his latest accomplishments added any additional burdens to his plate. "We do not wish to move too quickly with regards to your MSTS." Stimmons reassured him. "This is a new form of simulation program and we know far too little about it compared to conventional simulation programs. We are also aware that it is relatively early in development and that it may take many years for it to be complete enough to promote its use across human space. For now, we approve of your intention to hide its full potential and capabilities and cautiously extend its use for its initial purpose in providing mech cadets with a different and potentially more effective form of training." That was good news to Vase. The MTA already understood his situation and did not force him to change his original plans. The initial reason he came up with the MSTS was because he wanted to give his new line of training mechs additional value that could not be matched by the competition. He more than met this goal this time. Visit O for the best no_vel_red_ing experience. As such, Vase was not that eager to flesh out his MSTS as it would take a long time before he could achieve any drastic progress. He wanted to proceed with his original goal of completing his tutor project and publish his promising new training mech model. Once the completed tutor project went on sale, many different mech cadets would begin to make use of the MSTS. All of these connections and all of the spiritual simulation sessions would provide Vase and Vulcan with a wealth of data. They could monitor the use of the MSTS, observe whether there were any problems that they did not notice beforehand. For example, there may be extremely rare glitches that could only happen at a frequency of 1 per billion training sessions. It was practically impossible to catch these bugs before Vase chose to release his training mech model. While Vase was still committed to testing his spiritual training program with the test subjects provided by the MTA, it took way too much time and effort to completely verify the safety and proper functioning of the MSTS. If Vase wanted to complete this ambitious project in a timely manner and move on to newer and more interesting pursuits, he had to release his tutor project once he gained a reasonable amount of confidence. He just hoped that the early adopters of his completed tutor project model did not mind serving as his beta testers. Vase already understood that this was what the transhumanists wanted to see as well. They could perform as many tests as they wanted with their own test subjects, but it was much easier to obtain a vast quantity of real usage data by distributing his training mech to the public. Are there any limits to how I can proceed with the utilization and subsequent development of my MSTS? He asked. My new training program is an independent invention. Once I release the tutor project and see that its users are doing fine, I plan to add the ability to engage the MSTS to my other training mech designs. In fact, Vase also planned to add this valuable new feature to all of his Larkinson exclusive mech designs going forward, but he did not see the need to mention that at this junction. Stimmons transmitted a document to Vase. We do have a list of rules and restrictions that we expect you to abide by. As we have seen in previous test cases, your tutor project and your MSTS can produce damaging and even fatal outcomes to mech pilots when improperly handled. The circumstances that happened today should not be repeated elsewhere unless we give our explicit authorization. Do you understand? I do. Much of the reason why the tutor project and the MSTS produced extreme positive and negative results during this session was because of the unbound neural interface. If they attempted to perform the same tests with a safe and legal neural interface inside the cockpit of the tutor project, then nothing drastic would happen in all likelihood. There was no way that Vase would be able to gain a foothold in the market for training mechs if his products frequently caused accidents. Stimmons explained a few additional rules. None of them bothered Vase that much since they were mainly established to prevent him from screwing around with his mechs in order to produce additional breakthroughs under highly dangerous circumstances. The MTA was not looking for another solution that promised to help mech pilots advance in rank at great risk of their lives. The true Holy Grail was accomplishing this feat with zero danger to the mech pilots in question. Since it would probably take a lot more research and development to reach this point, the transhumanists were willing to be patient and let Vase improve his MSTS at his own pace. In any case, Vase was just as eager as the MTA to turn his revolutionary new spiritual training program into a tool that could make any mech pilot break through on demand. After providing Vase with an entire lecture on prohibitions and safety instructions, Stimmons finally revealed how much this contribution was worth. Given the promising but highly rudimentary state of your MSTS, Master Dravidian has seen fit to award you with 35 million MTA merits. Stimmons officially announced. That was quite a big reward for a product that Vulcan had made over the course of a single design round. However, when Vase thought of the amazing potential of his invention, it did not sound nearly as much as it was actually worth. After all, who else could claim to invent a simulation system that could not only induce breakthroughs at much higher ease, but also give expert pilots and expert mechs an opportunity to shine in a safe environment? This is only the first phase of your reward, Stimmons said as if the MTA already anticipated his reaction. Master Dravidian will continue to monitor the progress that you have made with the MSTS. Whenever you have achieved major progress, he will review your work and grant you additional MTA merits when he sees fit. I understand. This was a clear signal that the transhumanists wanted Vase to continue his work on the MSTS. Both sides knew that it would probably be difficult to achieve a lot of progress in a short amount of time, so the offer was quite open-ended in that regard. Now that they got all of the official stuff out of the way, Vase and the MTA research team resumed their experiments and continued to explore the limits and the dangers of the MSTS. Vase had to fabricate a new prototype of the tutor project since the previous one had changed too much after receiving a lot of spiritual feedback. Once they resumed testing on a fresh mech, the subsequent results weren't as astonishing. A lot of test subjects broke down and suffered varying degrees of brain damage as they endured great pressure in the spiritual simulation battles. Not many of them possessed spiritual potential and even fewer of them were anywhere close to advancing to expert candidate. Any attempt to force a breakthrough on them was as foolish as trying to empty an ocean with a single bucket. It just wasn't possible. One of the more notable negative outcomes was whenever Helena went overboard and scared the test subjects a bit too much. The mech pilots all came out traumatized after getting the biggest fright of their lives. It would probably take considerable effort for them to recover and realize that they were never at risk of dying in the first place. Damn, sister. After the 50th mech pilot screamed as the injury feedback from the tutor project fried the nerves in his brain to the point where he could never interface with a mech again, Stimmons finally ended this sadistic run. Let us see whether it is possible to induce breakthroughs when the tutor project and the MSTS are restored to their safe parameters. The MTA journeyman tinkered with the neural interface of the tutor project and reinstated all of its standard safety settings. The man also instructed Vase not to make the simulated battle scenarios too outrageous. Just as expected, the subsequent testing sessions did not yield any exciting results. No matter how close the test subjects were to breaking through, none of them ever received enough of a push to tip them over. The safe version of the tutor project put hard limits on the degree of immersion, so the mech pilots were unable to go too deep with their man-machine connections. In addition, the battle scenarios were a bit tamer as well. While a lot of enemies still tried their best to destroy the simulation mech, Vase had commanded Helena to tone down her influence to avoid scaring people senseless. While none of the test subjects suffered any significant mental or physical damage during the subsequent experimental sessions, the benefits were only marginal this time. Vase was not unhappy with these results. Both the tutor project and the MSTS had reached an adequate level of safety and effectiveness. It was too difficult to improve the latter without compromising the former, so it was best not to mess around any further. In the end, Vase received the verdict that he was aiming for when they finally wrapped up their experiments. Master Dervidian is satisfied with the safety of your new inventions. Stimmons said, you can proceed with selling your products to the public and allow them to experience the benefits of your new training mech and training system. Great, I have been waiting to hear this answer. Vase could finally proceed with opening up another promising income stream for his clan. Chapter 4068 The Cartoon Conspiracy. After spending several weeks on testing the tutor project and the MSTS, the MTA research team was finally ready to wrap up their data collection duties. Yarick Stimmons and his fellow MTA researchers had completed their assignment in the Davut system. There was no reason for them to stick around any longer, and the Alacritus Stork had already received instructions to bring them back to the Paracelsus Optimus. Many of them looked rather regretful at the end. They had become increasingly more cognizant of the innovative and groundbreaking nature of the mental simulation training system. It was built from a completely different tech base that offered a lot of new possibilities. A few MTA researchers were even clever enough to realize that if this tech base was powerful enough to produce the MSTS, it could also be used to develop other wonderful applications. Alas, none of them possessed the qualifications or permission to poke any further. Vase had not made any deals with regards to sharing the source code or the tech base behind his MSTS. Even if he did, he doubted whether anyone from the MTA would be able to replicate Vulcan's spiritual work. Vase was happy enough to see the MTA busybodies return to where they belonged. As much as they had been useful in verifying the safety of his new products, they were less than forthcoming in sharing all of their data and analysis results. Only Stimmons spoke a bit more freely. Part of that was because he was a mech designer. Another part was because he would likely be assigned to study aspects of the MSTS in the future. Now that they wrapped everything up, Vase and Stimmons finally had an opportunity to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to each other on a personal basis. Vase had long grown curious at the differences in status and responsibilities between Jovi Armelon and Yarick Stimmons. Both of them were journeymen who grew up and worked for the Mech Trade Association for their entire lives. However, there were clear differences between the two. The fundamental reason why they received different treatments was because of the disparities in their design philosophies. Mr. Armelon is pursuing a much more profound design philosophy in comparison to many other mech designers within our association. Stimmons frankly explained to Vase. His ambitious choice along with the progress he has achieved so far has put him onto an elite track where he is entitled to greater care and resources. As long as he continues to make progress in a branch of mech design that none of us have explored in the past, he will continue to receive rich rewards. What about you, Mr. Stimmons? The MTA journeyman smiled. I have enough self-knowledge to pursue more modest and achievable goals. I am not as daring as you or Jovi, nor possess the overwhelming need to make a radical difference in the mech industry. It is already enough for me to contribute where I can and facilitate the work of other mech designers such as yourself. This is what our association is tasked with doing in the first place. Vase did not entirely understand why mech designers entered this profession without developing an ambition to make any major changes, but everyone was different. He respected the decision made by Stimmons. Perhaps it was not bad for a mech designer who did not possess an overwhelming amount of confidence in his abilities to aim for a more modest goal. What can you tell me about your specialization? Vase asked. All I know so far is that you specialize in neural interface technology. What is it that you intend to improve with your work? I met a neural interface specialist once who wanted to make it more viable for potentates with lower grades of genetic aptitude to become effective in battle. Yarick Stimmons wryly smiled. That is an ambitious goal. Many mech designers have pored over this problem, and while they have achieved a limited degree of success. This is done by developing a unique neural interface and incorporating special components and programming that are specifically optimized to work with a mech pilot's individual strengths and weaknesses. However, the cost of designing and producing customized neural interfaces that can slightly improve the performance of a low-aptitude pilot is exorbitant. It was good that mech pilots with lower-than-average genetic aptitudes still had hope. They just had to be at least as rich as a first-rater in order to commission a custom neural interface. I see. You sound like you don't really believe in this solution. Neural interfaces are amazing products of technology. They can easily and conveniently accomplish a feat that did not sound possible to humanity at first. They are devices that can establish a stable and coherent connection between an organic human mind and a completely digital machine. However, only a small proportion of humanity is naturally able to withstand the high degree of data throughput that takes place during each active connection. Mech pilots with lower grades of genetic aptitudes are clear failures who are not able to keep up with the demands of intensive mechs. In the past, mech pilots with D-grade and F-grade genetic aptitudes weren't as worthless. Mechs were a lot simpler and weaker back then. They moved slower, they didn't possess a lot of systems, and mech designers weren't as crazy at the time. However, as mechs and the technology around them became more advanced, the subsequent generations of mech pilots had to handle more data and control more and more aspects of their newer and fancier machines. This led to the gradual marginalization of potentates who weren't lucky enough to obtain genetic aptitudes that were at least higher than C grade. Perhaps third-raters below this threshold could still get by in limited circumstances, but first-raters wouldn't even be able to enroll into any mech academy with their awful talent. The cost of training any first-class mech pilot was extremely high. It was not worth it to invest so much effort only to produce an inferior soldier that wouldn't even be able to control an ordinary first-class multipurpose mech. Vase inwardly sighed. He truly pitied the potentates who had fallen into this bucket. He also recognized the difference between a third-class mech designer and a first-class mech designer. The former was more sympathetic towards mech pilots with lower-than-average talent, while the latter did not care at all for the plight of the most unfortunate group of potentates. You haven't exactly told me where your focus lies in your personal work. Vase reminded the MTA journeyman. What do you aim to achieve with your design philosophy? My work is not that easy to explain to an uninitiated mech designer such as yourself. A simple description of my research direction is that I am looking to improve the degree of fidelity in substitution whenever a mech pilot interfaces with a non-humanoid mech. To put it in simpler terms, my work aims to make mech pilots feel less alienated and stuck in the wrong body whenever they pilot a beast mech, an aquatic mech, and other mech types that are less common. Oh, I get it now. That actually sounds interesting. Is the issue that you are working on a big problem? It depends. Stimmons said. Do you know the reason why beast mechs designed by most of our colleagues look similar to the animals that we are familiar with in nature or in various forms of media? I always thought that people like us are too lazy to invent a new mech shape. Why go through all of that trouble and effort when natural evolution has already given us ready-made templates that are already proven concepts? The MTA journeyman smirked. This is only a shallow reason. The deeper reason why beast mechs look similar to classical Earth animals is because every single mech pilot has grown up with images and depictions of them. For example, a mech pilot that grew up with a cat as a pet or seen a tiger in a zoo will perform considerably better when piloting a tiger mech. What? Are you serious? I've never heard about this relationship before. I am being utterly serious, Mr. Larkinson. This is a real and clear relationship that has been empirically proven by many studies. This is actually one of the reasons why we subtly encourage the adoption of pets and make sure that modern media show plenty of depictions of Earth animals. Think about all of the popular cartoon dramas that children grow up with. Those shows that center about the daily lives of anthropomorphized ponies. They prep future mech pilots into piloting centaur mechs. That classic cartoon where a cat continually tries and fails to catch a mouse. The potentates who have watched this show will feel grateful for doing so when they choose to pilot tiger mechs in the future. Vase was utterly gobsmacked. He never knew that there was such an important relation between a mech pilot's familiarity with animals and their subsequent compatibility with non-humanoid mechs that adopted the shape of those very beasts. For the MTA to go as far as to manipulate the programming of children's cartoons showed that this relationship was quite real. Doesn't that mean the mech pilots of my clan are highly predisposed to piloting tiger mechs? Stimmons firmly nodded. With all of the cats associated with your Larkinsons, this is practically a guarantee. Of course, it is not necessary to keep so many pets. Your clan is a bit excessive in that regard. In truth, it is already enough to expose mech pilots to images or stylized depictions of animals. The essential requirement is to familiarize a mech pilot to the shape and behavior of an animal. As long as he can visualize a cat, a bird or an octopus, he will smoothly and naturally be able to pilot a beast mech of the associated shape without needing to go through too much book learning and specialized training. This explains so much about beast mechs. Perhaps mech designers who specialized in designing them already learned about this relationship in their classes, but Vase mostly spent his time on designing humanoid mechs. So this is the reason why there aren't many mechs out there that adopt weird and abnormal alien shapes, right? Correct. Beast mechs with shapes that do not correspond to any familiar animals may possess objective advantages over their more conventional counterparts, but they are much less popular on the market and do not sell as much. Few mech pilots are willing to invest the considerable amount of time and effort that is necessary to understand a new beast shape and learn their distinct advantages. This in turn makes it so that beast mech designers are even less inclined to deviate from the prevailing industry standard. The consequence was that the overwhelming majority of beast mechs in use all looked familiar to many people. It was not without reason why tiger mechs and avian mechs were the most popular beast shapes. I can imagine that it isn't really necessary for mech designers to deviate from the classical beast mech shapes. Vase remarked. Most of them already do their jobs well enough that they do not need to be replaced. That is correct. You can design a tiger mech with 6 limbs instead of 4, but the costs outweigh the benefits in most cases. We mech designers do not stick to the familiar shapes solely because they are familiar to us. They can truly form the basis of powerful, cost-effective mech designs. I see. So where does your design philosophy play into this, Mr. Stimmons? My work is aimed at reducing the familiarity problem. I am actually a bit of a contrarian on this issue and see greater promise in beast mechs that are inspired by more obscure exo-beasts and astral beasts. They may look horrifying to some, but many of them are also products of natural evolution. If mech pilots do not have to overcome a major threshold in order to get started on mastering these non-standard non-humanoid mechs, then it becomes slightly easier to increase the diversity of beast mech models in the mech market. And you call that a modest goal? Chapter 4069 For Profit Education. Vase finally completed the tutor project. After a relatively simple design journey that just so happened to have generated a lot of interest from the MTA, Vase finally wrapped up everything that was necessary to introduce a new paradigm of mech training onto the mech market. No one aside from Vase and maybe a select group of transhumanists had any idea of what the LMC was about to unleash to the public. Though the MSTS undoubtedly stole the show, a mech cadet wouldn't be able to gain as much value out of it without a training mech that played to the spiritual simulation program's strength. The tutor project and the MSTS were literally made for each other. Both of them were already independently capable of providing a lot of helpful training and instruction to any mech cadet lucky enough to get in touch with them, but when used together they produced a form of synergy that would be certain to win over a lot of mech cadets. He looked up at the first batch of training mechs fabricated by the LMC at the Hammerworks, the new manufacturing complex located in the heart of the Cat Nest on Davut 7. The mechs possessed a substantial amount of armor but could also move quite deftly on land, in the air and in space. It was designed in a way that mech academies could conveniently slot in different models of semi-modular flight systems depending on the need. They could also leave them out entirely and deploy the new training mechs as landbound machines. The visual design of the new training mech deviated from the more functional appearances of other training mechs. Vase had spent a decent amount of time on stamping his new design with his own artistic style. While he was aware that imposing his own art on his works might cause it to look repugnant to a decent slice of the market, he didn't care about that. His machines stood out more as a result and possessed their own distinct identities. His new training mechs already looked like they were more than ready to enter into scraps and earn new dents on the training fields. When paired with a glow that felt as if these mechs were eager to learn, they conveyed an impression that they were the ultimate training mechs. My tutor project, no, my War Squire is ready to be used. He settled on naming his new training mech the War Squire to convey the right meaning and to shape people's attitudes towards the machine. By calling his work the War Squire, he essentially boasted that his new training mech model was not only capable of training any mech cadet into a competent mech pilot, but that it could also prepare them for the toughest wars and the most brutal battlefields. His expression worsened. Now I need to make it sell. This was not as easy as it sounded. Private individuals and groups almost never bought individual training mechs from the market. The reason was because it was too expensive, time-consuming and troublesome to train mech pilots from scratch in-house. Every security company, mercenary outfit, mech military and other mech organizations found it much more convenient to hire new troops that had already graduated from the mech academies. By the time the graduates who were all in their 20s entered the workforce, they had all gained the qualifications to pilot combat mechs. There was no way they wanted to go back to piloting neutered mechs with training wheels at this stage. As a result, the training mech market is almost entirely based on servicing big clients. It was similar to the market for law enforcement mechs. Without a well-known brand or an established reputation in a specialized sector, it was extremely difficult to break into a market where trust and stability were highly valued. Vase already went through a minor ordeal when he tried to market his new pacifier model. The circumstances regarding his first true law enforcement mech were considerably more generous because he already partnered up with a reputable mech designer with a good foundation in the law enforcement sector. Also, Vase was able to take advantage of the broad applications of the pacifier model's glow by marketing it towards an entirely new audience. A growing number of security companies and mercenary organizations had already discovered the many uses of Lufa's glow and eagerly ordered one batch after another of the increasingly hotter pacifier mechs. Vase smiled when he thought about how his pacifier model finally became a bestseller. His smile faded a bit when he recognized the circumstances surrounding his new training mech model were much less favorable. There was no way for him to push his completed work onto another segment of the market like before. The applications of the War Squire were solely limited to training mech cadets. At most, recent graduates who required a little more preparation before stepping onto the battlefield might find it useful to pilot them, but most organizations preferred to put them into real mechs instead. I need to create demand for my new product, Vase recognized. To do that, he had to prove that his new War Squire possessed substantially more value over training mechs at comparable price ranges. Vase didn't make it easy for himself. He set out to design a premium training mech, and he succeeded in doing so. With a list price of 0.75 MTA credits per copy, the War Squire was cheaper than many combat mechs but considerably more expensive than the run-of-the-mill training mech models on the market. All of this meant that the War Squire had to compete against excellent products made by mech companies that had built up a huge track record and trusted reputation over many years. Each of their training mechs were designed by master mech designers, with entire catalogs of products that were characterized by superior performance, superior optimization and incredibly low malfunction rates. It was hard for any new entrant in the market to dislodge the market leaders. Normally, it was a pipe dream for a smaller and less established mech company like the LMC to vie for the attention of the elite mech academies that consisted of the main group of customers of premium training mechs. Fortunately, Vase and his fellow clansmen already anticipated that it wouldn't be easy to gain a foothold in the market. The LMC's marketing department already spent months working on a multi-pronged strategy to turn the War Squire into a hot new product. "Tell me what you've got, Benny," Vase demanded as he entered his office in his so-called royal mansion. He stepped towards the thick and hard windows and peered out at the greenery that lay beyond. He and his little family had made themselves home in the royal mansion for a year at this point. Located within the Blue Cat estates of the Cat Nest, it was surrounded by a luscious forest that the adults had arranged with great care and thoughtfulness. The sense of nature evoked by the surroundings put Vase at peace and made it easier for him to separate himself from the hustle and bustle that dominated the rest of Davut 7. Even though the royal mansion looked a bit vulnerable and exposed from afar, appearances were deceiving. The entire Cat Nest was constantly guarded and protected by a combination of shield generators, underground fortresses and mechs hailing from the battle criers, the living sentinels and the Eye of Ilvain. While these mech legions might not excel at offensive actions, their mech doctrines and mech rosters were much better predisposed towards defensive missions. Combined with the fact that the Larkinson clan also set up a random guard rotation of 2 expert mechs, Vase was certain that there was no compound in Industrial District 2 that enjoyed more luxurious protection. Of course, that was mainly because the other lots in the district were mostly ordinary fabrication plants, logistical centers and other industrial facilities. None of the groups that invested in the district had been eccentric enough to build residential housing next to their manufacturing complexes and surround everything with fortress-grade defenses. Those who lived their entire lives on safe and peaceful planets could not possibly understand why Vase and the Larkinsons took matters into their own hands and invested so much in their own protection. Vase could only shake their heads at the complacent behavior of other pioneering organizations. Didn't they realize that they were operating in a frontier environment that was much less safe than civilized space back in the old galaxy? A year of living in Davut had made it clear that there were way too many colonists in the Red Ocean who treated their new ventures as low-risk opportunities to open up new lands and markets. How naive. Hopefully, his war squire could help make their armed forces a little more prepared for the wars to come. Gavin Newman presented Vase with a data pad that contained the preparations as well as the progress the marketing department had made so far. Now that the War Squire model was finally ready for production, the LMC could proceed with pushing its new products onto the clients that it had identified in advance. There are many ways for us to promote the War Squire. Aside from running an ad campaign and setting up a long-term exhibition in the city center where curious visitors can try out the War Squire for free, we also intend to loan out copies of our new training mechs for free. Say what? It makes perfect sense, boss. The overwhelming majority of mech academies in the Red Ocean are private institutions. They are businesses that need to earn a profit in order to remain alive. Right now, the market environment is not that good for them. Each of them has to build their campuses from scratch. Even if they have managed to secure grants and subsidies from local governments, it is expensive to build the necessary facilities and hire the right mech instructors. Add the need to buy hundreds of training mechs and obtain the necessary licenses and accreditation to teach up-and-coming mech pilots. Virtually every group that has started a mech academy has suffered substantial losses. It took money to start a business, and the money required to start an operation in the Red Ocean was considerably more expensive due to the awful infrastructure and lack of existing amenities. While Vase was aware that a lot of different mech academies had popped up like mushrooms across Davut and beyond, many of them had gone through a lot of money but did not immediately attract enough mech cadets to cover their expenses. This was because many of the immigrants arriving from the Milky Way were predominantly working-age adults that had chosen to embrace new lives and challenges. Not many of them brought kids, as those who already started their own families were much less willing to uproot their lives. This meant that there were considerably less mech cadets in proportion to the total population of humans in the Red Ocean than normal. Everyone expected this problem to be remedied within a generation as colonists in the new frontier started having kids, but how long did the education sector have to wait until the classrooms were finally full? Each of the mech academies that had emerged in recent years were hoping that they could make it through the difficult early period. Their goal was to leverage their early establishment and turn into reputable and long-established schools. However, in order for them to last in this survival game, they needed a constant flow of capital in order to pay all of the bills. The larger the mech academy, the greater the costs. According to the data pad that Gavin handed over to Vase, the marketing department had already identified dozens of struggling mech academies. Each of their founding groups had underestimated the challenges and overestimated the enrollment figures. I see, Vase said as he comprehended his mech company's strategy. Mech academies that are tight on money are much more sensitive to free stuff. Exactly. They won't say no to receiving a batch of war squires on loan. This is the best way for our war squires to start getting used. Once the initial mech cadets start generating positive word-of-mouth advertising, we can truly start with stoking up demand at other mech academies. Vase nodded in understanding. All of this sounds good, Benny, but there is only one little problem. Why are we pushing our war squires to the cheapest, worst and bottom-ranking mech academies first? Chapter 4070. Starting from the bottom, roughly 3.5% of the total population of humanity possessed the right genetic aptitude to pilot mechs. Of this privileged group of potentates, not all of them chose to attend a mech academy. Perhaps their families abhorred the prospect of sending their children off to battle. Perhaps the potentates did not possess genetic aptitudes that were high enough to enjoy good careers as mech pilots. Perhaps it was difficult for them to pay for the tuition that mech academies charged. Even so, many potentates still went on to attend mech academies instead of regular schools in order to leverage their rare advantage in life. Since mechs were so popular and so prevalent in the public consciousness, practically every teenager with at least decent genetic aptitudes chose to pursue their childhood dreams and study to become heroic mech pilots. As a profession that was highly dependent on skill, knowledge as well as practical experience, there were a lot of ways to train and educate them. A huge amount of training mech models and teaching systems had emerged over the centuries. Mech academies had to make a lot of important choices. Which training mechs should they acquire? Which teaching system should they adopt? They had to make these decisions and more based on their background, their reputation, their market appeal, and most importantly their budget. In general, the greater the budget, the greater the prestige and attractiveness of the Mech Academy. For example, the Larkinsons invested a lot of money into the first Star Mech Academy located in the outskirts of Kotor City. The Larkinson clan was loaded with money, so it had the luxury to grant a generous budget to its first land-based Mech Academy. By supplying First Star with lots of funding and a sufficient amount of good mech instructors from their own ranks, the Larkinsons were hoping that it would become a top elite institution in Davut one day. As long as it built up a good reputation and as long as its graduates went on to become elite mech pilots in large numbers, the First Star Mech Academy had the potential to not only become renowned in Davut, but also in the rest of the surrounding region. Of course, it wasn't easy for the Larkinsons to get to this point. The First Star's oversized campus and expensive teaching facilities had become a huge money pit that could not be filled in a short amount of time. There weren't enough mech cadets in Davut to fill up all of its classrooms and training fields. The Larkinsons still proceeded with making this huge investment, knowing that it might take 20 or even 40 years for the First Star to finally become popular enough to earn its own keep. Even then, there was no guarantee that it could defeat the competition and attract enough mech cadets that were willing to pay a hefty amount of money each year to receive premium education from this particular institution. In short, the education market was incredibly volatile and fraught with failure and uncertainty. The parties that chose to start their own mech academies in the new frontier consisted of many different groups. Some were founded by long-running educational chains that not only possessed deep pockets, but also built up a stellar reputation for raising mech pilots. Their mech academies immediately became desirable destinations for mech cadets. Others were founded by new entrants such as the Larkinson clan that had the money but not the reputation or experience in this business. Business at their mech academies were slower and were not guaranteed to pick up if they turned out to be bad at fulfilling their roles. The remaining mech academies were founded by more modest people and groups. These were usually among the smaller and more rural institutions that overwhelmingly enrolled the less talented and less well-off mech cadets from the same city or maybe province. There was nothing wrong with them per se. Mech cadets that received better opportunities were usually willing to move to larger cities where the larger and more prestigious mech academies were based. Those who were unable to follow suit for whatever reason could still become decent mech pilots by attending one of the many lower-tier mech academies. When the LMC's marketing department drafted its initial strategy for the War Squire model, it chose to start off with putting its focus on these less impressive mech pilot schools. "It makes perfect sense, boss," Gavin replied. "While we are all aware that the War Squire is a premium product that is aimed at the upper end of the market, it is impossible for us to enter it right away. We need to start lower down the hierarchy where there are a lot more openings that we can exploit. Haven't we tried to push our products onto a more reputable institution at all, Benny?" "We have, and none of the schools we contacted has bothered to give us a reply." Gavin sighed. These elite mech academies are mostly founded by long-running chains that not only know exactly what they are doing, but have also established long-term partnerships with the same group of mech companies that have supplied all of their training mechs for many years. Even if these chains have entered an entirely new region, their business partners have often followed suit as well. If you were in their shoes, would you take a gamble on a completely unknown training mech offered by a stranger in this sector, or would you go for training mechs that are highly similar to the ones that have already worked out well in the old galaxy? Mech academies depended heavily on reputation to attract more business, so it was vitally important that nothing ever went wrong with any of their training mechs. Therefore, most school administrators would definitely choose to go with the established brands rather than plunge into the dark and bet on an entirely different training mech system. Vase frowned. "So not a single reputable institution has shown any interest even if we extended generous terms? What about the schools operated by the Wild Fighter Association? Weren't we supposed to approach them as well? We tried, but even the Wild Fighters aren't willing to replace their existing suppliers. Damn, have we truly received no interest from large and well-established mech academies?" "Well, what is it, Benny? There's the Hexers. The ones that have moved over to the Red Ocean and started up colonies have set up many good mech academies. Once they learned about our new training mech model, they have expressed a cautious amount of optimism and enthusiasm towards our new offering." Vess's eyes lit up. "How could I forget about them? They're practically the biggest fans of my products. Isn't this an excellent development? Why haven't you mentioned them before?" "Calm down, boss." Gavin shook his head in disapproval. "While it looks like we can use the Hexers as a springboard for our War Squire model, the problem with them is that they aren't reputable. First, they are already highly biased towards us and our products, so any praise they make about the War Squire will merely be regarded as a group of fangirls celebrating the release of a new song by their favorite artist. Oh, besides, you know what the Hexers are like. They don't get along with others and earn no respect from the foreign community. If their mech academies happen to produce better results with the help of our War Squire model, no one will pay attention because everyone thinks the Hexers are weird. It is too difficult to use them as a case where the adoption of War Squires leads to objectively better results. In order to convince the market, the Larkinsons needed to win over mech academies that possessed actual credibility. The fault with this option was that Hexer mech academies were not credible in the slightest. As for other elite mech academies, we are not the only mech company that is trying to start up a successful line of training mechs in the Red Ocean. Gavin continued, our offers aren't attractive to these well-funded institutions at all. The only ones that have shown actual interests are the smaller mech academies that do not have access to a large war chest. I need to know what sort of schools are willing to try out our War Squires. There is a list in one of the files on the data pad. When Vase browsed the list, he did not look impressed. The list mentioned over 24 institutions that were located in various remote settlements across the Krakatoa Middle Zone. These were relatively rural colonies located in more far-flung star systems. Many of the mech pilot schools in question were pretty much the only educational institutions available on their planets. These mech academies were considered as necessities. They did not necessarily receive a generous amount of funding from their founders because the colonists were already bleeding money left and right in an attempt to build up the rest of their settlements. Don't look down on them, boss, Gavin said as Vase frowned at how shabby some of these institutions looked. They're awful alright, but they also provide a stage that can show how drastically our War Squires can improve the quality of their education. Think about it, their mech instructors largely suck. Their training grounds and training facilities are rudimentary at best and their simulator pods are likely outdated mass production models that only stand out for being cheap. So, if we change one variable by replacing their ramshackle training mechs with our War Squires, we predict the academic results of many mech cadets will swing so drastically that they will provide undeniable proof that our product can make a huge difference by itself. Vase finally understood the merits of this approach. I see. This is a better plan than I expected. You're right. Everything about these mech academies is awful, so a training mech that can partially take over the role of mech instructors due to its proactive teaching features will be able to show off its full value. He could already imagine what might happen once they introduced this variable to these struggling mech academies. The mech cadets would not only embrace the new premium training mechs, but improve so much with them that they would quickly attract a lot of attention due to their superior results. If only a single mech academy produced so much improvement, then it wouldn't necessarily generate a lot of attention. If over 20 mech academies simultaneously produced the same pattern, then there was no question that other schools would take note. Once it became clear that each of these rural institutions were utilizing the same training mech model, other struggling schools would definitely think about buying a few copies as well. It wasn't necessary for these new customers to order hundreds or thousands of training mechs from the LMC at once. It was already enough for them to dip their feet into the water and buy a couple of War Squires each. Vase was so confident in his product that he knew for certain that as long as the tentative customers experienced the benefits of the War Squire model in person, they would definitely place repeat orders. He realized that this bottom-up approach was a good way to build up momentum in the education sector. By gradually accumulating a growing wave of excitement and faith in his War Squire model, he was confident that those elite and established mech academies would no longer remain unmoved by the temptations of this revolutionary new training mech and its associated MSTS. Let's do it, Vase decided. Wait, if we are about to hand out our mechs for free or no interest loans, let's take advantage of it and dress it up as a charitable act rather than just a marketing ploy. We can just pretend that we care about the underdeveloped communities in the Red Ocean. It's perfect. Thus, the Larkinson clan soon announced its first charitable initiative. Chapter 4071 Hopacrest Mech Academy. The Maillard system was one of the many star systems in the Krakatoa Middle Zone where humanity had set foot. Located relatively far away from port systems such as Davut, the Maillard system did not stand out as an attractive colonization target. The star system was rather small and did not host a lot of planets. If not for the fact that prospectors managed to find a decent amount of junk exotics and low-grade exotics, it wouldn't have attracted any interest in the first place. In the end, an alliance that consisted of 9 different groups that originated from the same state in the galactic rim chose to plant their flag on a planet called Maillard 2. The L9 alliance did not have a lot of competition due to the star system's remoteness and its lack of lucrative and strategic resources. Maillard 2 was located relatively far from the local star. Originally, the planet was not capable of bearing life, but many of its conditions were so good that it did not take a lot of effort to make it habitable for human habitation. Even so, the colonists weren't able to pay that much to terraform the planet, so the company responsible for transforming its ecology had rushed the job while minimizing costs as much as possible. The result was a planet that was technically habitable but not at all pleasant to live on. The climate was temperate at best but often swung violently during certain seasons. Blankets of snow could drop from the skies at any moment, and it required the colonists to improvise many solutions in order to cultivate their own crops. The colonists lived a hard life on Maillard too, but they largely preferred it this way because their lives back home were worse. Every group that was part of the L9 alliance were originally collectives that united the interests of disadvantaged communities of a state from the old galaxy. The people from that planet were truly miserable back then. They had to unite with several other groups from the same state and pool their resources together to organize and fund a colonization effort. While they managed to reach their destination, not all went well. Of the 9 original settlements that each of the groups had founded on Maillard 2, Centaur Hill was by far the poorest and smallest of them. Even after receiving a modest amount of assistance from the rest of the L9 alliance, the frontier town still didn't amount to anything impressive. The reason for that was because the Unicum group that founded this colonial settlement had lost one of its vital colony ships during the journey to the Maillard system. The loss of construction equipment, prefab structures, industrial machines and people dealt a heavy blow to the colonists of the Unicum group. While other settlements were already turning into cities, Centaur Hill still hadn't provided permanent housing to each of its colonists. Given how little the Unicum group had to work with, its leaders had to scale back their plans for a Mech Academy. The Hopacrest Mech Academy was a struggling institution that was only capable of providing primary mech piloting education to mech cadets. This meant that while it was capable of instilling the basics of the profession to its students, it was unable to provide more advanced courses that could prepare mech pilots for more serious jobs and specializations. Out of all of the 9 recently founded mech academies on Maillard 2, Hopacrest ranked at the bottom. This was clearly evident when the mech cadets from rival institutions beat the Hopacrest cadets up in virtual simulation battles. While the cadets from the better-funded mech academies on the planets were making reasonable progress every month, the ones that were attending Hopacrest were struggling to make progress. The reasons for that were too many to count. The Unicum group's setback not only meant that Hopacrest wasn't able to invest in a lot of facilities, but also lost the batch of training mechs reserved for the Mech Academy. Though Hopacrest was able to scrounge together a dozen or so training mechs on short notice from various sources, this was wholly inadequate to serve over 800 mech cadets. Plenty of mech cadets who attended Hopacrest felt miserable. Why were they stuck at the worst mech academy of the L9 Alliance while the kids living in one of the other settlements on the planet were able to enjoy a live practice session every school day? Mickey Lankos was one of the kids who envied the members of the other groups. If not for the fact that he and everyone else in Centaur Hill were bound to the Unicum group by contract, they would have chosen to abandon this shaky colony settlement and move to one of the better ones a long time ago. Still, it wasn't as if they had the money to do so in the first place. As he and hundreds of other mech cadets arrived at the campus and readied themselves for another day of boring lectures and monotonous simulation practice sessions, it quickly became clear that this was not a normal day. The mech instructors had brought every mech cadet out into an open field. What's going on? Have they finally decided to disband this crappy mech academy? I heard from my uncle that Hopacrest doesn't have any money to buy more training mechs. Will they try to raise their tuition fees so that they can buy a few more machines? Every cadet went quiet as the principal of Hopacrest finally floated into view. The dean was the only person in the mech academy that could give decent lessons. As a former mercenary commander who used to run a small outfit in the past, he possessed both leadership skills and combat experience. The mech cadets all fell silent while standing at attention. They still respected the old fellow even if he was trying to perform an impossible job. Usually, the dean always looked troubled or burdened. This time was different though, as the retired mercenary commander showed a rare smile. "Good morning, cadets," the man spoke, his amplified voice reaching the ears of every mech cadet. "I won't say any nonsense. All of you are aware that our Mech Academy has been struggling. We have heard your complaints and we have tried to address them as best as possible, but we have only achieved limited results so far. That ends today. A strange sense of anticipation spread throughout the ranks of cadets. The dean sounded different than before. I would like to officially announce that the Unicum Group and our very own Hopacrest Mech Academy have managed to come into contact with a charitable foundation. Through our unrelenting efforts to highlight our academy's dire state, we have succeeded in securing a charitable grant. Shock spread throughout the ranks as the cadets tried to process the news. Had a charity truly taken pity on their shabby Mech Academy? Why, there was nothing about Hopacrest that was worth the attention of rich folk who had too much money on their hands. The dean did not address the obvious skepticism from his jaded students and proceeded with his announcement. The grant is relatively specific, but will immediately benefit you all. You see, the Larkinson Veteran Foundation has noticed our lack of training mechs and has decided to donate 100 brand new training mechs. These training mechs are nothing like the second-hand machines our academy has been struggling to keep running all this time. No, these training mechs are different. They are the latest product released by a mech company called the Living Mech Corporation, which is owned and run by the Larkinson clan. Mickey wanted to scratch his head. All of these new and weird names belong to the same people. At this time, a small commotion took place when a few sharp-eyed cadets noticed movement from the gray skies. A group of transports had descended from orbit and were on their way to Centaur Hill. The transport vessels did not stop at the settlement itself but flew straight towards the Mech Academy that was located a small distance away. When the identical cargo-bearing ships stopped above the campus of Hopacrest, they opened their hatches to allow the brand new mechs residing inside to exit and slowly use their flight systems to land on the ground. Every mech cadet struggled to remain at attention as these heavy machines touched down on the ground one by one. The training mechs immediately captivated their attention. The gleaming mechs looked so much more polished than the rust buckets that the cadets only sporadically had the chance to pilot. Anyone with a decent eye could see that they were not only newer, but also a lot more powerful than pretty much any other training mech available on Maillard 2. Not only that, the new training mechs also exuded a vibe that caused Mickey and every other mech cadet to feel as if they needed to hop inside the cockpit no matter what. Each of them that sought to prove themselves felt that they could obtain exactly what they needed as long as they could pilot these new machines. The dean kept smiling as the transports eventually delivered all 100 war squires. As you can clearly see behind me, I was not joking. I would love to introduce these fantastic training mechs to you myself, but I think it is best to let their designer introduce them to you in person. A large projection came to life above the dean. Every cadet quickly became fascinated by the designer that appeared in view. Was this a mech designer? Mickey and the other cadets could scarcely believe that this man was one of those nerd scientists. The man in the projection exuded an overflowing amount of strength and confidence. He carried himself around as if he not only knew how to handle himself in a fight, but also won a few of them. His resplendently decorated red combat armor looked vastly more impressive than the ones worn by other soldiers of the L9 Alliance. Greetings, cadets. The projected man finally spoke. I am Patriarch Vase Larkinson, the founder of the Larkinson clan, the Living Mech Corporation and the Larkinson Veteran Foundation, among other organizations. Aside from that, I am also a journeyman mech designer. The mechs you see in front of your eyes are all the latest products of my work. The training mechs all lit up as if to signal that they had all come alive. The speech, which the Larkinsons had apparently recorded in advance, continued after that. My new War Squire model represents a new evolution of training mechs that is bound to become the standard in the education sector. While many of you might become surprised or overwhelmed at all of its new features, remember that it is a mech that is designed to help you become a better mech pilot. It is your friend, and if you trust it to guide your piloting journey, you will surely be able to outperform your peers. Some of the mech cadets started to feel strange after hearing this. Why did it sound as if this new mech was loaded with dubious features? A few of them even started to guess whether this supposed donation was not as innocent as it sounded. What if it was actually an attempt to use Hopacrest's mech cadets as unwitting test pilots for this newly developed training mech? You are the future of Krakatoa. The projection of Vase spoke. As the first mech pilots to complete your studies in this new dwarf galaxy, you must be prepared to fight entirely new threats that humanity has never prepared to fight in the past. You are the defenders who will protect your fellow humans against the aliens, beasts and other horrors lurking in the Red Ocean. My training mechs can help you prepare for this heavy responsibility." Mickey and many other mech cadets unconsciously felt more proud of themselves than before. They hadn't really considered themselves as noble defenders until now. "Do not mistake the new mechs for mere machines," the man in the armor emphasized. "You may not fully understand this truth right away, but let me give you an important lesson. My war squires are alive. They are intelligent, but more importantly they have feelings. When you pilot them for the first time, you aren't controlling a large machine. You are starting a new relationship with the mind behind the machine. Try your best to respect your living battle partner and be open to its advice. You would be surprised how much it knows about combat. No matter whether you are training to become a melee mech pilot, a ranged mech pilot or something else, the War Squire model is your gateway to greatness. Enjoy your new training mechs and do not forget what I said." Every mech cadet knew that Hopecrest was no longer the same after receiving this donation. Shortly after the announcement finally came to an end, the mech cadets were all begging to pilot the War Squires right away. "Hold your horses. Not so fast, you brats. We need to check these mechs ourselves and see whether they are safe. You'll have your turn, just not today." Hopecrest delayed the introduction of the War Squires for 3 whole days. The wait was agonizing for the mech cadets who could see and even feel the mechs from their classrooms but were not allowed to pilot them until the mech instructors completed their inspection. Chapter 4072 Rebarber. The entire Hopecrest Mech Academy boiled with excitement. In fact, the whole settlement of Sentire Hill burst with joy and satisfaction. A powerful clan that was based in Davut had randomly decided to gift 100 premium training mechs to one of the most pathetic mech academies in Krakatoa. How could the citizens of the Unicum Group not grow excited? If not for the contract that the Unicum Group had signed with the Larkinson Veteran Foundation, and if not for highly advanced security settings that guaranteed that the new War Squires only worked properly at a specific site, the Unicum Group was tempted to sell the donated machines and use the proceeds to buy more useful supplies. Regardless, the Unicums were extremely grateful for this gift, as the generous gift not only spared them from spending their limited funding on training mechs, but also ensured that the quality of their local mech pilots would improve and at least keep up with the other groups on Maillard 2. No one was more excited to take the new War Squires for a spin than the mech cadets themselves. Each of them had seen enough glimpses of the mechs from a distance to know that they were absolutely remarkable. They even doubted whether the combat mechs of the Unicum Group could beat the War Squires in a straight battle. For several days, hardly any mech cadet could pay attention to the lectures. The mech instructors all found it troublesome that their students were constantly being distracted by the thought of piloting those new and gleaming training mechs that had captured their imagination. "These kids," one of the teachers shook her head. "These boys and girls don't know how lucky they are for gaining access to those brand new machines." Another teacher smiled when he saw that a class of cadets had all run towards the yard where the new mechs were being tested. "It's better for them to get lost in fascination than to lose hope in their futures. They're so much brighter and happier now that it is as if the doom and gloom of the last week did not even exist." Hopecrest finally started to look and feel like a real mech academy with this single donation. Everyone was grateful for the Larkinson clan for giving them this massive boost, though most of them didn't really have a good idea of what it stood for in the first place. For this reason, Mickey Lankos and many other mech cadets had jumped onto the galactic net and researched what the Larkinson clan and the Living Mech Corporation was all about. The stories they read and the mechs they learned about struck them like thunder. The Larkinson Patriarch is an amazing mech designer. His Valkyrie line of mechs went on to fight in a huge war. Look at their expert mechs. I can truly feel they are special. What is that? How can mechs possibly gather together and unleash a giant energy wave? As the mech cadets kept gossiping about what they learned from the galactic net, they built up more and more anticipation for the moment when they could finally pilot a War Squire for the first time. According to the stories of the mech pilots who had personal experience with piloting the mechs developed by the Larkinson clan, the first time was always special. The cadets not only had to cherish this moment, but also do their best to develop a good relationship with their living mechs. No one really understood why the products sold by the LMC were called living mechs when they were just probably carrying a really smart helper AI system, but whatever. Come on, when do we finally get a turn? The mechs are right there. They don't look broken or shoddy at all. A group as big and powerful as the Larkinsons wouldn't have delivered the training mechs to us if they were broken. After an agonizing wait, the mech cadets finally received the good news. When they showed up in class that morning and directed hopeful looks at their first lecturer, the man finally supplied an answer that was different from yesterday. All of you will have your chance of piloting the War Squires in your next scheduled live practice session. The teacher announced. Each of you will be able to enjoy them for a full hour. Not only that, you will also be in for a special treat. Every War Squire comes with a connection to a mental simulation training system, a new form of simulation technology that is proprietary to the Living Mech Corporation. Sir, how good are the simulators? A cadet asked. Their current teacher was not a mech pilot but instead a physics teacher. The man smiled. I am told they are far superior to the simulations provided by our old simulator pods. Much of the delay is caused by the need to understand the capabilities of this included simulation system and to make sure it is safe to use. It is based on new technology and can produce unintended effects. No one cared about the dangers. From the moment the cadets heard that this simulation system was based on new technology, they all became hooked. Having spent a lot of frustrating moments with the cheap and second-hand simulator pods that fell behind the ones used by the other mech academies on the planet, the cadets of Hopacrest were eager to be the ones that used the best tech this time. The day passed quickly before the class that Mickey Lankos belonged to finally received its turn to interface with the War Squires for the first time. When Mickey and his young classmates changed into their piloting suits, they all treated it as a solemn ritual. They weren't suiting up to pilot old and ramshackle training mechs that had been deemed too old and worn out by the other mech academies. They could finally pilot a mech that was both new and modern. That alone was a massive breakthrough to the mech cadets that never had the privilege of piloting anything fancier. Mickey and the rest of his classmates eagerly gathered at the field where they held their usual live practice sessions. A handful of instructors were already present. Hardly any of the kids paid attention to them though as the War Squires. Standing behind them were just too impressive. Each of the mechs still looked as new and gleaming as the day they arrived from the air. The War Squires made a clear martial impression by how it resembled the form of a classic knight-errant but with a few modern and embellished touches. Their cool appearance along with the eager vibes emanating from their frames spoke to the heart of every teenager no matter if they were potentates or not. It was as if the War Squire was explicitly designed to capture the hearts of every kid that dreamed of piloting mechs into battle one day. Cadets, the moment you have all been waiting for has arrived. The head instructor told them all. Each of you have already gained a sufficient amount of experience in piloting our other training mechs, so we expect you to control yourselves and handle the War Squires responsibly. Do not forget that my fellow instructors and I possess hard overrides to all of the training mechs. If you do not obey instructions and move exactly how I tell you to, we will press the button and deprive you of the right to pilot the War Squire in the future. Have I made myself clear? Yes, sir. The mech cadets all shook and reined in their enthusiasm. Mickey guessed that one of them had become a bit too eager when interfacing with the War Squire for the first time and tried to go wild. This went against the most important rules that they had been taught since the beginning of their academy days. The instructor conveyed a few more instructions. It turned out that they would spend half of the session slowly getting used to moving the War Squires. Once they gained a basic degree of familiarity with the new mechs that supposedly felt and moved like no other machine on the market, the cadets would finally enter the so-called mental simulation training system and undergo a unique introductory course. The head instructor smirked. The Living Mech Corporation has prepared a special welcome to every cadet that engages the MSTS for the first time. Personally, I feel the Larkinsons have overdone it, but maybe it will be good for you to open your eyes. It sounded as if this MSTS was an even greater deal than what the mech cadets thought. Before you go on and interface your assigned War Squires, let me inform you of an additional rule. The War Squire cannot provide you with unlimited access to the MSTS. The manufacturer has set a rule that you actively have to pilot it for at least 4 hours in order to access the MSTS for 1 hour. Don't ask us why this restriction exists. We are already in the process of changing your class schedules to adapt to this rule, but luckily for you, you get a free pass for your first time. After the instructor finally completed his lecture, every mech cadet finally received permission to approach their War Squires. Our War Squires can be identified by both their numbers and their individual names. Remember them, because the Living Mech Corporation has informed us that you will have the best training experience if you pilot the same training mech. The training mech assigned to Mickey was War Squire number 47, which was also named Rebarber. Apparently, Mickey would be sharing Rebarber with at least 8 other cadets for the rest of the year. While Hopacrest was an awful mech academy in many aspects, it was excellent in at least one aspect. There was plenty of space available on Maillard too. Hopacrest possessed large training fields that offered plenty of space for dozens if not hundreds of mechs at a time. Every war squire that had been prepared for use were spaced far apart from each other. This prevented the mech cadets from damaging other machines if they somehow lost control over their own mechs. As soon as Mickey approached War Squire number 47, he felt it. The much-hyped glow that he read about on the galactic net was truly amazing and remarkable in ways he couldn't describe. Is this really what mechs can do these days? He whispered to himself. He already felt this sensation from a distance, but now that he had come close enough to throw a stone at it, the War Squire just called to him in a way that compelled him to pilot it right away. Mickey took a deep breath and floated up to the chest of the mech and slipped inside the opening. Even the cockpit of this new mech is fantastic. The interior of the cockpit looked like a warrior's abode. Not only was it luxuriously furnished, but the metal surfaces that were ordinarily empty were carved stylized reliefs of mech battles and heroes vanquishing over villains. Combined with the War Squire's glow that constantly built up his desires, Mickey felt more eager and motivated to train to become an awesome mech pilot in the future. He soon took his seat and waited until a thick neural interface helmet dropped onto his head. An agonizing few minutes passed by until the mech instructor finally passed on the command that Mickey and the other cadets wanted to hear. Boot up your training mechs. As soon as Mickey pressed the big central button, the entire cockpit and everything around it came to life in a more literal way than he could ever imagine. The young 13-year-old mech cadet's eyes shook continuously as the most pleasurable and enjoyable interfacing experience overtook his mind for the very first time. As soon as he completed the initial connection procedure, he felt as if his body and awareness had expanded in a way that made him feel as if he literally embodied the War Squire. Not only that, he felt a presence through the man-machine connection that instinctively welcomed his arrival. War Squire number 47 was ready to turn him into a powerful mech pilot. Chapter 4073 Interactive Helpers. The War Squire model was substantially different from every other training mech on the market. There was no Laskin or Karentgen model that could come close to the piloting experience of a living training mech. The only machine that came close was the Larkinson clan's exclusive Chiron model, but it had never been available on the market. All of this meant that the War Squire was truly the first living training mech available to the public. All of the mech cadets that had received the opportunity to pilot their assigned War Squires for the first time instantly became engrossed in the experience. One of the strong points of the LMC's products was that they always made the mech pilots feel special. It was impossible to describe it with words. All of the previous and existing customers of the LMC had used all kinds of words to convey their own experiences, but in the end none of them were able to translate the full gamut of their personal journeys with their living mechs. Mickey Lankos truly felt more closely connected to Rhabarber than any of the previous training mechs he piloted. Whether they were real or virtual, the mechs he had interfaced with in the past did not welcome him and accommodate him as well as the War Squire. No wonder those other mech cadets got too excited. He felt so tempted to ignore his instructions and exercise the full responsiveness and range of motion of his new mech. He wanted to command his War Squire to sprint around the training field and jump like an acrobat. If not for the fact that the War Squires weren't equipped with any weapons at the moment, he would have swung his weapons and even sought out another training mech to feel what it was like to fight with this fantastic new mech. However, the head instructor's warnings still rang heavily in his mind. Every mech cadet had been taught to unquestionably obey the instructions of their teachers, so Mickey and the rest still managed to hold back their enthusiasm. All of the mech instructors had access to large and elaborate control panels that allowed